For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing, visual. So let's find out more about this.
Hello friends, let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this video, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is 7,000-year-old manuscript, and some of the teachings in Bhagavad Gita can be directly related to the modern day CEOs and entrepreneurs. While the corporate world focuses on the external ROIs, the Gita point towards the ultimate ROI, which is transitioning from material containment to absolute clarity. Let us discuss this further. In the corner office of any major corporation, the metrics are always the same, which is EBITDA, market share, quarterly growth, and the shareholder value. We call this the return on investment. But there is a hidden tax being paid every single day that doesn't show up on a balance sheet. It is a tax of the cluttered mind. Think about your last major decision. Was it made with 100% clarity, or was it colored by the fatigue of the previous meetings, anxiety of fluctuating markets, or perhaps the flicker of ego? Most leaders operate in a state of what the Bhagavad Gita calls material contamination. In modern terms, we call it cognitive noise. Today we are going to take a look at 7,000-year-old formula that offers a different kind of ROI. We are looking at chapter 6, verse 28 of Bhagavad Gita. It is a verse that promises not just success, but the ultimate happiness, and for a CEO, that might be most strategic advantage you can possess. Alright, so friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching our live stream. Alright, let's move ahead. Let's look at the verse itself. And the verse says, quote starts, the yogic practice free from material contamination, and by connecting with the divine, he reaches the ultimate happiness. Quote close. Alright, so this, this sounds like something like a yogic practice for a busy executive, and divine might sound like they are being asked to go to a mountain retreat and not to a boardroom. But let's translate this into the language of leadership. The verse identifies 3 distinct stages. First, the process, a yogic practice which requires consistent mental discipline. Number 2, the result, the freedom from contamination, which is removal of all biases and noise. 3, the goal, the ultimate happiness, which is a state of peak performance and flow. And therefore, for a CEO, this is something which is not just spiritual. It is a blueprint of the operational, operational side of your activities, right? Don't you think so? All right. So this is going to also, improve your excellence in yourself. What does the Gita mean by contamination in the context of 21st century company? Contamination is anything that obscure your true vision in the boardroom. This looks like ego trap. And there are several things attached to the ego trap. First is making decision to win an argument rather than to serve the company's mission. Second is analysis paralysis, being so bogged down by data that you lose your intuitiveness, gut feeling, etc. Third is the emotional residue, carrying the frustration of a failed merger into your dinner with your family, or worse, into your next strategic session. When a CEO is contaminated, they are reactive. When you are reactive, you are predictable. And in business, being predictable is a liability. The Gita suggests that through yogic practice, which can be defined as structured meditation, mindfulness, and radical self-awareness, we begin to filter this contamination. Imagine your mind as a lens. Over years of high-stress leadership, that lens gets covered in dust. This verse is about daily habit of wiping the lens clean. The verse mentioned, contact with divine, etc. The word of high performance, we have a different word for this, which is flow. And it is that state where the self vanishes, the time slows down, and you execute with effortless precision. But there is a deeper layer here. For a CEO, connecting with the divine can be interpreted as connecting with the highest purpose. When a leader is connected to a purpose greater than their own paycheck or their own reputation, something shifts. This connection provides a steady anchor. And if the market crashes, the anchor holds. If the media attacks, the anchor holds. Why? Because your sense of ultimate happiness is no longer tied to the external material world. It is, it is sourced from an internal connection to the truth. This is the ultimate ROI. And if you cannot be shaken by external volatility, you become most stable point in your organization. Everyone else will look towards you to see how you react. If you are connected to that inner clarity, your organization stays calm. So how does a CEO actually do this? We don't expect you to move the Himalayas. The Gita was spoken on a battlefield, not a yoga studio. It is a manual for the people in the thick of fight. Certain things you can do, something like you can actually plan your stillness. Treat your meditation or reflection time like a board meeting. You wouldn't skip a meeting with your top investor. Don't skip the meeting with your inner self. This is where the cleaning happens. The contamination check is the second step. Before every major meeting, ask yourself, is there a contamination within you? Am I angry? Am I seeking validation? Identify the noise and it loses its power over you. Leading from sukha, which is happiness, most leaders believe happiness comes after the success. Verse 28 flips that script. It says the practice leads to happiness, and happiness is the foundation for everything else. Lead from a place of fulfillment, and your decisions will be more sustainable and ethical. We live in an era of a hyper contamination, information overload, social media pressures, and relentless pace of AI are making clarity harder to find than ever before, right? The CEO of the future is not the one with the most data. It is the one with the cleanest lens. By practicing the principle of Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 28, you aren't just becoming a better spiritual person. You are becoming more effective, more resilient, and more visionary leader. You are trading the temporary high of material gains for the ultimate happiness and for a clear mind. This is the ultimate ROI, and we have come to the end of our discussion today. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Now, go back to your desk, take a deep breath, and remove contamination from your mind. Lead with clarity. So friends, if you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before I move on to the next topic, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Friends, with the recent proclamation imposing a substantial fee on H-1B visas, the US is making it more challenging for companies to hire foreign workers from abroad. And when I say abroad, it's basically outside of US. This major shift in policy is poised to trigger a significant new waves of job opportunities with a career boom for Indian professionals. Why? Simply because the reverse brain drain is going to happen. What opportunities are going to be created? Let's go and explore this further. Hello and welcome. For decades, the H-1B visas has been the golden ticket for thousands of Indian professionals, a pathway to the American dream. But a recent dramatic change in the US policy, a staggering increase in the annual H-1B visa fee, is poised to disrupt this long-standing tradition. The question on everybody's mind is, what does this mean for Indian talent? Today, we are not here to talk about this setback. We are here to talk about a strategic inflection point and a massive new career boom for India. The very policy designed to protect American jobs may in fact be the catalyst that supercharges India's domestic tech and innovation sector. Now let's discuss this further. First, let's get the facts right. The new rule imposed is prohibitive, has a prohibitive annual fee of nearly $100,000 on H-1B visas. Now this is for new visas as well as renewals. For context, the previous fee ranged from $2,000 to $5,000. This isn't just a fee hike, it is a monumental shift that fundamentally changes the economics of hiring foreign talent for US companies. The why from the US perspective is, this is aimed to discourage companies from using the H-1B program to replace US workers with cheaper foreign labor. The immediate impact, however, is this will make it financially unviable for many companies, especially small and medium-sized ones, to sponsor H-1B visas. The traditional offshore-onshore model that many Indian IT services companies have used for years is now going to become much more difficult, and therefore the whole process is questionable. For years, India has grappled with the brain drain. Its best and the brightest minds leaving for opportunities abroad. But what if the policy forces a brain gain? The new reality is that there are significant number of skilled Indian professionals who are on H-1B track will now have to reassess their career path. Many will find returning to India not just viable option but a far more attractive one. Now, what will happen to the returning talent? Professionals with global experience in cutting-edge fields like AI, machine learning, and data sciences will bring invaluable skills and knowledge back to India. Now, this influx of experienced professionals will enrich India's domestic talent pool, making it more competitive and innovation driven. The narrative is shifting now. The ultimate marker of success is no longer a job in Silicon Valley, but the opportunity to build a world-class company in India. The fee hike has a direct effect on US companies, with the cost of sending an employee to US skyrocketing. These firms will increasingly turn to offshoring. This is a massive win for India's global capability centers, or GCC. Accelerating offshoring basically means that the US companies will expand their operations in India, creating high value jobs, research and development and engineering. And India is also going to become hub for R&D. India is poised to become a global hub for research and development and innovation. Investment that was once funneled into H-1B visa costs will now be redirected into building out a robust teams and infrastructures in India. The infusion of returning talent and increased investment will act as a turbocharger for India's already burgeoning startup ecosystem. We will see more deep tech companies, more patents, more globally competitive products and services originating from India. So how do you capitalize on this unprecedented career boom? Focus on building a strong skill set in high demand areas. The opportunities in India are growing at incredible pace. Number two is consider a long-term potential for career back home. The salary and the growth opportunities in India are now more competitive than ever, and you will get to be a part of a historic movement. This is a time to invest in India's talent pool. The density of top tier talent is increasing, and the cost arbitrage when compared to the new H-1B visa fee is astronomical. In a world where geopolitical shift can change economic landscape overnight, India has a unique opportunity. This isn't just about policy change, it's about a fundamental shift in the global talent dynamic. By embracing this change, India can stop being a talent exporter and become a global leader in innovation and technology. The future is bright, and it is being built right here, right now in India. So, friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, any questions, please leave them in the comment section below, and I will catch you very soon in the next one. Every CEO knows the feeling. It is 2 p.m. and the market is dipping. A key executive just resigned and your board is asking for a pivot. In this moment, your heart rates climb and your mind starts to race. You feel the waver. Most leadership training tells you to look outward for a solution, analyzing the data, check the competition, pivot the strategy. But ancient wisdom suggests that the most effective leader don't look out, they look inwards. Today we are exploring a profound lesson from Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 21. It's a verse that defines the state of perfection for a yogi. But as we all see that the actual blueprint for the ultimate high pressure performance executive is very well defined in this particular verse. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. It says, on attaining perfection, the yogi sees the soul through the purified mind and experience inner joy. In this joyous state of pure bliss or samadhi, which is beyond comprehension of the senses, he never wavers from the path. And the quote close. There are three key pillars here that applies directly to you as a leader. Number one is the purified mind. So in business, we call this clarity. Number two is beyond the senses. In business, we call this vision. And number 3 is the unwavering path. And in business, we call this execution. The word suggests that never wavering isn't a result of willpower or being tough. It's a result of a specific internal state called samadhi. The word state, with seeing through purified mind, what does a dirty or a cluttered mind look like for a CEO? It's a mind filled with noise, fear of failure, the egos, and need for validation. Also, distraction of the short-term gains. All the distraction that you may get because of the short-term gains. When your mind is cluttered, you aren't seeing reality. You are seeing a projection of the reality. You react to the news rather than responding to the truth. Learning in the context of this verse isn't about reading more spreadsheets. It's about purifying the lens. When a leader purifies their mind through meditation, reflection, or radical honesty, they see the soul of the business. They see the core purpose, and when you see the core clearly, the external chaos loses its power, which would eventually distracted you. But then you are, saving yourself from that distraction. Next, the Gita mentions a joy that is beyond comprehension of the senses. This is the part which most business schools miss. We are taught to rely entirely on our senses. What we can see in a report, hear in a meeting, or touch in a product. But the most iconic leaders think like Steve Jobs, Indra Nooyi, or Howard Schultz often made their biggest move based on something beyond the senses. They had an inner conviction that defied the current data. Bhagavad Gita calls this samadhi. For a CEO, this is the flow state. It is that moment where you are so aligned with your purpose that you experience a quiet inner joy even in the middle of a crisis. Why is this joy important? Because if your happiness depends on your stock price, which is a sensory input, you will waver every time the market fluctuates. But if your joy comes from an internal alignment with your mission, you become a bulletproof CEO. The final promise of the verse is the most important, and that is, he never wavers from the path. In the corporate world, wavering is expensive. It leads to confused teams, wasted resources, and lost market share. Leaders waver because they are searching for external certainty. But as verse 21 teaches us, certainty is an inside job. When you have experienced that inner joy and pure bliss of clarity, you no longer need the world to tell you that you are right? You stay the course because you know the course. This isn't stubbornness. Stubbornness is an ego-driven refusal to change. Unwavering leadership is a soul-driven commitment to a truth that you have perceived through clear mind. So how do you apply this today? You don't need to move to Himalayas to find that state. You find it in the micro moments of your day. Before your next meeting, take 2 minutes to purify the lens. Strip away the ego and the fear. Ask, what is the core truth here? When things go wrong, check your joy. If your peace is gone, you have slipped back into the world of senses. Reconnect with your why. Commit to the path. Once you see the truth through a clear mind, trust it. The best leaders never waver because they aren't following the world. They are leading from a place where the world cannot touch them. So friends, go forth and lead with that unshakable clarity. We have come to the end of our lesson today. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I'd like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
The universe has always carried secrets in silence, but sometimes silence trembles. When black hole collides, they send ripples across space-time. Gravitational wave that race through the cosmos like a faint echo of creation itself. For decades, these waves were thought to be mere messenger of cosmic violence. Yet now, the hidden within their rhythm, scientists believe that they may have uncovered something far more profound and the elusive fingerprint of dark matter. Dark matter, the invisible weight that binds galaxies together, has long been the phantom of physics, felt but never seen, and in theory never touched. And now that through the subtle distortion in space-time music, it may finally be whispering its presence. Imagine the cosmos itself humming within the hidden chorus, a song carried not by the light, but by gravity's most delicate thread. And that is the story unfolding today, the possibility that the gravitational waves are not just echoes of collisions, but for the first time, the audible clues to the shadowing substance that shape our universe. So let's find out more. In the vast silence of cosmos, there are whispers too faint for human ear, yet powerful enough to reshape our understanding of reality. Among these whispers are gravitational waves, ripple in space-time born from the violent collisions of black holes and neutron stars. For years, the scientists have listened to these waves as a messenger of cataclysm of event, but now they may be carrying a deeper secret and evidence of dark matter itself. So, going forward, the dark matter has long been the phantom of physics. It does not shine, it does not absorb, it does not scatter light. It is invisible, detectable only through its gravitational pull on galaxies and clusters. We know its existence because the cosmos behave as if the weight down by an unseen mass. Yet, despite decades of searching, no particle detectors has captured it. No telescope has revealed its glow, and it has remained in a shadow, elusive and untouchable. So, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about these waves, but gravitational waves offer a new lens. When two black hole spiral together and merge, the wave that they emit carry the imprint of everything in their environment. If the dark matter surrounds them, if it pools in the halos or the clumps near their event horizons, its presence subtly alter the rhythm of the collision. The wave stretch differently and the frequency shift. The echoes linger longer than expected. These deviations are faint, buried in noise, but with the sensitive detectors like Virgo and Kagra, the scientists are beginning to tease them, listen them, and bring the information out. Recent analysis suggests that some recorded signals cannot be explained by ordinary physics alone. The pattern hint at an invisible partner tugging at the dance of a black hole and dark matter interacting not through the light but through the gravity's most delicate thread. Imagine two massive black holes colliding and their spiral slowed ever so lightly by the halo of unseen particles. And the resulting wave carries that story across the billions of light years and arriving at Earth as a faint tremor in space-time. If confirmed, this will be definitely revolutionary. It would mean that the dark matter is not merely a passive backdrop, but an active participant in the cosmic drama. It would provide the first direct evidence of its distribution around compact objects, offering clues to its nature, whether it is made of exotic particles, primordial black holes, or something stranger still. And that we have to really find out. We have to look towards the physicists for their new findings. The implication ripple outward. Dark matter may influence how galaxies form, how stars die, and how the universe itself evolves. So, by mapping its fingerprints in gravitational waves, scientists could chart its hidden architecture, tracing the invisible presence upon which the cosmos is built. It is as if we are learning to read a secret language written into space-time itself. For the layperson, the idea is both haunting and very exciting. We live in a universe where most of the matter is unseen, yet it shapes everything we know. Now, through the faintest vibrations of space-time, we may finally be hearing its voice. So dark matter, once silent, is actually beginning to speak through the music of colliding black holes. So as detectors grow more sensitive and the data accumulates, the whisper will become clearer. Each new gravitational wave may carry another clue, another brush stroke in the portrait of invisible. And in that portrait lies the possibility of solving one of the greatest mysteries of modern science. And that is, what is a dark matter that binds the universe together? The journey is far from over, but the path has been illuminated. Gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic violence. They are the guides into unseen thread leading to us towards the shady heart of existence. The search for the dark matter has always been felt like chasing a shadow across the star. Yet now, through the faint tremors of space-time, the shadow begins to take form. The gravitational waves are no longer just echoes of cosmic collision. They are becoming the voice of invisible, the rhythm of unseen, and each ripple carries us closer to unveiling the hidden universe, and where the dark matter silently shapes galaxies, stars, and destiny of creation itself. Perhaps the greatest revelation is not that we are finally hearing the dark matter, but that the universe has been singing all along. We simply need to learn how to listen.
So now we have come to the end of this video. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, you are most welcome. Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, CEOs are constantly looking for sustainable edge. While we obsess over metrics and ROI, the ancient wisdom offers a different perspective on growth and risk management. In order to address this issue, we will take help of Bhagavad Gita, and in this video we break down some of the learnings that can, tell us how to do better risk management. Let's go and discuss this further. Friends, you are a CEO. You live life by the key performance indicator. You look at the balance sheet, quarterly projections, and market share percentage. You are wired to believe that everything in business must have an immediate, measurable return on investment. If it doesn't scale, if it doesn't hit the bottom line today, you are told that it's a waste of time. But what if I told you that there is one specific investment, that is one strategy that defies the laws of quarterly accounting? What if I told you that in world of high frequency volatility, the most efficient thing you can do for your company is to commit to a path that seemingly doesn't offer a quick payout? So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old business strategy from Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that every CEO who is worried about longevity of their brand needs to, internalize. Following the path of dharma will never go waste, and that is where that is the first stanza of the verse. It will never hamper your progress, whereas even a little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is chapter 2, verse 40 of Bhagavad Gita. Now let us break it down. First, the word dharma. In business, especially in the business context, think of dharma not just as religion, but as your purpose or your right action. It is the alignment of your organization with its core values, its truth, and the responsibility to the ecosystem it operates in. The words make two massive claims. First, it will never go waste. Second, it saves you from many dangers. Let's look at why this is the ultimate competitive advantage. In business, we often view purpose or the ethics as a luxury. We think once I hit my revenue target, then I'll focus on the purpose. We treat it as an expense, something that sits in the charity budget, not the growth budget, etc. But the Gita argues the opposite. It says that the action taken in alignment with your true purpose never go waste. Think about compounding interest. When you start a business, Your early efforts often yield zero visible results. You are pouring time, money, and soul into a product or a culture that hasn't taken off yet. But the traditional metrics, that is wasted time, but Dharma says no. So, as per the tradition, you will think, oh, it's completely gone case and time wasted and revenue loss. But Dharma says no. Every ethical decision, every moment of the integrity, every time you choose the right thing over the easy thing, you are building a brand equity that is invisible to your competitors. It is not wasted, it is compounding. When a crisis hit, that bank account of trust and purpose is exactly what keeps your company solvent. Now, look at the second part of the verse. Even the little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is essentially the ancient definition of anti fragility. We spend millions on risk management, legal teams, and compliance. We try to build walls around our business to prevent disaster. But the Gita suggests that the most effective mitigation management strategy isn't a firewall, it is your purpose. When your company is grounded in a strong why, a deep sense of dharma, you become immune to the dangers that destroys other companies. What are those dangers? First, danger of being irrelevant. When your purpose is clear, you don't chase fads. You stay focused. That prevents you from burning out your resources on projects that don't matter. Number two is danger of culture decay. If your culture is built on easy money rather than purpose, it crumbles under pressure. But a purpose driven team, when they stay, they can stay steady through the storm. And lastly, the danger of ethical blindness. We've all seen the headlines: CEOs who lost everything because they ignored the small ethical corner they cut. The verse tells us that even a little advancement, a small daily commitment to doing what is right, act as a radar, alerting you to danger before they become catastrophes. So, how do you actually apply this? You're not a monk, you are a CEO. You have a payroll that you want to basically meet for your employees. Here is your three-step strategy that you can actually use to operationalize this dharma. Number one, integrity audit. Once a week, ask yourself, are you doing this because it's the right thing for your customers and your long term vision, or because it is the path of the least resistance? If it is latter, you are deviating from your path. Number two, protect a small win. Don't dismiss the small ethical wins. Did you treat a junior employee with respect today? That's your dharma. Did you correct a minor error in a report that no one would have noticed? That's your dharma. There are small advancements that build your resilience. And lastly, long term horizon. When making a decision, extend your time horizon. If you make the decision, will it still hold up 10 years down the line? If the answer is no, you are inviting danger. If the answer is yes, you are building a legacy. The market changes, technology become obsolete, your competitors will innovate, pivot, and potentially disrupt you. But one thing that cannot replicate is the weight of the company that is grounded in its purpose. So Bhagavad Gita reminds us that we are not just running companies, we are building legacies. And a legacy is only as strong as the integrity with which it was built. So stop worrying about whether your purpose is efficient enough. Stop measuring your soul by this quarter's ROI. Start doing the work. Build the foundation, because as the text says, your effort will never go waste, and it will be the very thing that saves you when the market turns against you. My name is CK, and if you're ready to lead with a new level of clarity, I want to hear from you. What is that one small advancements you are going to make this week to align your business with its true purpose? Drop this particular statement in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskar. Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary direction suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further. Hello friends, welcome. Is your leadership style stuck on a treadmill of a quarterly targets and reactive firefighting? If yes, then you've reached the right place, because in this video, we are going to decode the profound wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita, specifically mentioned in chapter 8, and we will translate it into a high-level exit strategy for modern CEOs and business leaders. In this section, we will also discuss, or rather, decode what Bhagwan Krishna speaks of this cycle of birth and death as a place of misery and offers a path to the ultimate bliss and perfection. For the 21st century executives, this cycle is the exhausting loop of temporary wins, market volatility, and burnout. Let's discuss this further. If you're watching this, you're likely a leader, a founder, or an executive, a very senior executive. And if you're being honest, you have felt it too. It's the corporate treadmill. You hit your Q1 target, and for a moment, there is a rush of success. But by Monday morning, the success has evaporated, replaced by the pressure of Q2. It is a cycle of birth and death. The birth of a project, death of a quarter, the constant fluctuation of the market. In Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 15, Bhagwan Krishna described this material world as a place of misery and transience. To the modern CEO, this isn't just a spiritual poetry, it's a perfect description of the reactive business environment. Today, we are going to discuss the exit strategy for excellence. How to stop running the cycle and start achieving what the Gita calls the ultimate perfection. So friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's proceed further. Let us look at the verse itself, and the verse starts, having attained me, these great souls do not again suffer rebirth in this transient world full of misery, because they have attained their highest perfection. Quote close. In Sanskrit, the word means temporary, and therefore think about your last 3 wins. How long did the satisfaction last? A week? An hour? Think about it. Most CEOs spend their lives building a sandcastle while the tide is coming in. Krishna isn't saying the world is bad. He's saying it is the inconsistent. If your happiness or your sense of excellence is tied to things that shift, like market cap, public opinion, or interest rates, you are being defined by some sort of market definition, and therefore in state of misery because you are in a state of constant anxiety. The exit strategy isn't about quitting your job, it's about exiting this mental framework of dependency. The verse refers to the great souls. In business context, What separates a manager from a Mahatma? Very big question, right? So let me try and explain this. Detached from the result, attached to the purpose. That is the definition of Mahatma. A great soul, like when Krishna says, like me, when a CEO attach their identity to a higher mission, something beyond just the bottom line, they become immune to the misery of daily fluctuations. Next is the strategic stillness. When you aren't afraid of the death of a project or dip in the stock, you make better decisions. You aren't operating from a place of survival. You are operating from a place of vision. Imagine a CEO who doesn't panic when the cycle turns downwards. Why? Because they have already achieved a perfection within their own leadership philosophy that the market cannot touch them. And that is the ultimate competitive advantage. So, how do we reach this ultimate bliss? It starts with perfection around pivot. Perfection in Gita isn't about the bug free code or a flawless balance sheet, it's about dharma, which is the right action. For a CEO, ultimate bliss is the clarity that comes when your internal values, perfectly align with your external actions. When you stop chasing the temporary and start building the eternal, which is your legacy, your people, your impact, etc., the misery of the corporate cycle begins to fade away. You stop asking, how do I survive this quarter? And start asking, how do I serve the highest good through this enterprise? Ironically, when you stop obsessing over the material, which is rebirth of your profit, you often find that the profit follows you because you are now leading with clarity and that there is no lack of information within you. So, what is your exit strategy? Most CEO plan for a financial exit, a buyout, or a retirement. But the Gita suggests a spiritual exit, exiting the state of being a slave of your circumstances. By applying the wisdom of chapter 8, verse 15, you transition from a leader who is cycling to a leader who has attained perfection. You move from misery of the transient to the bliss of transcendent. Next time you feel the wall closing in or the pressure of cycle mounting, remember, you are a great soul. Your excellence doesn't depend on the world staying still. It depends on you finding the stillness within the moment. Thank you for joining me on this journey into Gita. Lead with purpose, lead with bliss, and achieve your own version of ultimate perfection. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across, and I will see you again in the next one. Before I part ways today, let me say a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, are you leading with clarity or are you reactive to the market chaos? In this video, we break down one of the most powerful management philosophies ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, mentioned in chapter 2 very clearly in verse 15. While the modern business culture often celebrates the hustle, the ancient wisdom teaches that the truly elite leader possesses something far more rare, which is equanimity. If you are a CEO or a business leader learning to navigate the dualities of business, joy and sorrow, profit and loss, success and failure is the ultimate differentiator between the short-term uh, firefighting and long-term eternal business impact. Let's go and discuss this further. As a leader, we are often told that the secret to success is being in control. We track the KPIs, we manage the market volatility, and we try to predict the next disruption. We play the role of master of our own universe. But let's be honest, friends. How often do you feel like you're actually in control? In the high stake world of business, we are constantly buffeted by dualities. The joy of record breaking quarter followed immediately by the sorrow of a failed product launch, the elation of a new partnership followed by a sting of a loss of a very highly key team member. If your mental state is tied to these external fluctuations, you aren't leading, you are actually reacting. Today, I want to share a 7,000-year-old secret from Bhagavad Gita that flips this entire paradigm on its head. It is a secret to not just surviving the chaos, but mastering it. We are looking at chapter 2, verse 15. The verse says, and the quote starts, to whom joy and sorrow are one and the same, he becomes qualified for eternal life. And the quote close. Now, for a CEO, eternal life might sound like a theological concept, but let's translate that into business terms. In a competitive market, eternal means sustainable. It means a business that doesn't collapse under pressure. When the verse talks about joy and sorrow being the same, that means part of the same coin. It isn't telling you to become a robot, it is teaching you equanimity. Imagine a balance scale like the one that you see everyday life in your real life. If your joy is too high, you get complacent. If your sorrow is too deep, you get paralyzed. The goal of the elite leader is to find this center point. It is the ability to look at the massive gain and massive losses and recognize them both as a transient data point. When you achieve that, you stop being a victim of your circumstances and start being the architect of your strategy. Think of this as a Jedi master, Jedi mindset of the boardroom. In the image, you know, you can imagine that you are building a lightsaber. Why? Because as a Jedi master, Jedi strength doesn't come from aggression; it comes from disciplined mind. How do we apply this in real company, in real life situation? First, detach from the outcome. You have to care deeply about the effort, the mission, the product, the team, but you must be detached from the temporary score of the market. Next, 24-hour rule. When something great happens, you don't get high. When something disastrous happens, you don't get too low. Take 24 hours to let the initial emotional spike settle before making any decision, any kind of decisions, right? So you actually follow a 24-hour rule, and because talking, we are talking about the strategic decisions. Third, lead the culture. Lead the culture. Very, very important. Your team watches your energy. If you are frantic, they are frantic also. If you are steady, if you treat joy and sorrow with the same calm authority, you create a culture of resilience. You become the best of the men or the best of the leaders. That is a verse that refers to, right? By practicing equanimity, you gain a massive competitive advantage, which is clarity. When you aren't blind by the joy of a winner or the sorrow of a loss, you see the market exactly as it is. You make better calls. You refrain from making mistakes. You retain better talent. You build a legacy that lasts because it is built on foundation of internal stability, not external luck. The secret isn't a new software tool or a disruptive growth hack. The secret is the unshakable leader. And therefore, before I wind up, I like to challenge you this week is in your next board meeting or crisis, kindly pause, recognize the duality, step back into that center point, lead from a place of calm, not as a from a place of reaction. This is your challenge for today. Friends, if you found this perspective helpful, hit the subscribe button for more deep dives and how can we marry the ancient wisdom for the modern C-suite. And you must lead with purpose, lead with equanimity. So friends, thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching. See you very soon in the next one.
In every cafe, the ritual of espresso feels like alchemy. Steam hisses, aroma bloom, and the tiny cup promises intensity beyond its size. Yet, behind this daily magic lies a hidden order, a choreography dictated not by chance but by physics. Water under pressure doesn't simply sip through the coffee. It navigates labyrinth of particles, carving channels and balancing resistance, and of course unlocking flavors in a precise sequence. The perfect shot, that exclusive harmony of sweetness, acidity and bitterness, is less an accident of artistry than a triumph of fluid dynamics. To understand the espresso is to glimpse the invisible law that governs the flow, pressure, extraction, and where the science and the taste coverage in a single sip. So let's find out more. In the quiet hum of cafe, where the hiss of steam and the clink of porcelain cups form a familiar symphony, lies a mystery that has puzzled baristas and scientists alike. Why is espresso is so difficult to make in consistently? So one day the shot is rich, velvety, and crowned with a golden crema. The next it is thin, bitter, or sour. So behind this fickleness is not just art but physics. An intricate dance of water, pressure, and porous coffee grounds. At its heart, espresso is a story of flow. Hot water, driven by 9 bars of pressures, must weave its way through a tightly packed bed of ground coffee, and each particle is tiny labyrinth and offering resistance, redirecting streams and shaping flavor. But here lies the paradox. Coffee grounds are not uniform. They are a chaotic mix of fine dust and larger granules, creating uneven pathways. So water, ever obedient to physics, seeks the path of least resistance. It carves the channel, rushing through the looser pockets while the neglecting dense one. So the result is uneven. Extraction, some grounds surrender their rich oils and sugar, and while the other remains stubbornly untouched. So before we go further, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So let's understand the coffee more. So physicists studying espresso have turned to fluid dynamics and porous media theory to decode this puzzle. They discovered that the grind size and the distributions are critical. Too fine and the bed becomes near solid wall, choking the flow, producing bitterness. Too coarse and the water gushes through and leaving the flavor behind. The sweet spot lies in balance, a grind that allows water to permeate evenly, neither flooding nor suffocating. But the grind alone is not enough. Packing the ground, known as tamping, introduces another layer of physics. A uniform tamp creates a level surface, ensuring pressure is distributed evenly. An unseen tamp tilts the battlefield, encouraging water to rush through one side, creating a dreaded channeling and experiment with this high-speed cameras and sensors have shown how even slightest inconsistencies in tamps can alter the trajectory of water, changing the chemistry of the cup. So temperature too also plays a vital role. Water at 92 or around 96 degrees centigrade extract a soluble compound differently depending on its heat. Sugar dissolve quickly and acids more slowly, and the bitter alkaloid last of all. So a stable temperature ensure these compounds emerge in harmony, producing the balance complexities Expro is known for. So fluctuation, however, is like a timeline. It creates a timeline, and too cool and acidity dominates, too hot and the bitterness overwhelm. So recent breakthrough came when the physicists modeled espresso extraction using computational simulations. They created the coffee bed as a porous medium alike to soil or sandstone and applied equation of fluid flow. The model revealed that the consistency improves not by maximizing the extraction but by accepting the slight reduction. In other words, aiming for 20% of extraction rather than pushing towards 25% yield more reliable results. So this counterintuitive insight reframe the espresso not as a quest for perfection in every particle, but a balance across the whole bed. For baristas, these findings are liberating. So they suggest that the precision tool grinding with uniform burrs and tempers with calibrated pressure machines with stable thermal systems are not luxuries but necessities for consistency. So they also highlight the artistry of restraint. Knowing when to stop chasing the last drop of flavor and instead embracing the physics of flow. So beyond the cafe, the implication ripples outward. Espresso became a metaphor for complexities in porous system. From oil recovery to geology to drug recovery, delivery to in medicines. The same equation that describe water through coffee grounds can model fluid through tissues or rocks. So in this way, the humble espresso shot connects the morning ritual to scientific frontiers. And so the next time when you sip perfectly balanced espresso, remember it is not just the skill of barista nor the quality of beans, but the invisible hand of physics guiding every drop. So within that small cup lies a universe of equation, a symphony of flow, and the quiet triumph of science over chaos. So, in the end, the pursuit of perfect espresso is not simply about taste, it is about harmony between science and ritual. So, every shot embodied the law of flow and the resistance, the balance of heat and pressure, the subtle choreography of countless particles yielding their essence to water. So, what once seemed like a chance is revealed by physics in motion and a quiet order beneath the chaos. So each cup becomes more than a beverage. It is a distillated lesson in precision, patience, and the beauty of natural laws. So to savor the espresso is the savior of triumph of science made tangible, where the flavor flows as predictably as equation, yet still feels like a magic in the hand. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. We look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
For years, Anthropic Claude was known for as a conversational powerhouse on AI that could reason, that could assist, and also solve the complex tasks. But today, in 2026, the company has decided to redraw the boundaries of creativity. With the debut of Claude Design, Anthropic actually has stepped boldly into the visual arena, and where it offers the tool that transform and to the plain language into a polished and presentation, prototype and marketing visual. This is not just another AI feature, but it is reimagination of how the idea takes shape. No templates, no plain canvases, just words flowing into images. For entrepreneurs, for educators and the creators, Claude Design promises speed and accessibility. And for a design industry, it raises the questions about the originality and artistry and the role of human imagination in the era of machine learning, machine marketing visual. So let's find out more about this.
In the spring of 2026, the Anthropic, the company best known for its conversational AI assist Claude, and unveiled the bold new frontiers. The Claude design, and which is actually making a lot of waves in the industry. This debut marks a significant expansion of the Claude ecosystem, moving beyond the text and the code into the realm of visual creation. For years, the Anthropic had positioned itself as a competitor to OpenAI and Google in the natural language space. But with the Claude design, it signals a deep ambition to redefine how humans interact with creativity itself. The Claude design is powered by Anthropic's most advanced model, Claude Opus 4.7, a multi-model system capable of interacting not just words but visual concepts, and that this also allows the tool that the user to describe an idea into a natural language. A sleek pitch deck for fintech startup, or a prototype layout for a mobile app, and watch that the AI generates a polished professional grade visuals. Presentation, one-pager, product mock-ups, and marketing materials can be drafted in minutes. And bypassing the traditional blank canvas problem that has a long haunted designers and entrepreneurs. So the launch of Claude design is not just about convenience. It is about accessibility. And Anthropic envisions a world where the founder, the product managers, and the market people who may lack formal design training can still produce compelling visual that communicate their ideas effectively. In this sense, the Claude design democratizes creativity, lowering the barriers and accelerating the workflow. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, for startups, the implications are enormous. A founder preparing for an investor's pitch can now generate a professional deck overnight. So marketers can prototype campaign visuals without actually waiting for a design team. And even the educator and the students can use Claude design to create very designing and engaging presentation with minimal effort. And unsurprisingly, the debut has sparked comparison with the established platform like Canva, Figma, and Adobe Photoshop. So analysts have already begun asking whether Claude design could be Canva killer. While the Canva revolutionized the design by offering templates, drag and drop simplicity, the Claude design goes a step further. It eliminates the need for templates altogether. Instead, it listens to language and interprets the intent and produces the visual that feels tailored to the user's vision. And this shift from template to driven design to AI driven creations could reshape the competitive landscape. If the Claude design succeed, it may force incumbents to integrate deeper AI capabilities into platform, accelerating the industry's evolution. So yet, as with all generative AI, Claude design raises questions. Can AI generated visual truly match the nuances and artistry of human designers? Will the reliance of AI homogenize the creativity, producing output that feels polished but lack originality? And what of copyright and ownership? Who truly owns a AI generated design, the user or the algorithm? Now, the critics also warn the ethical risk, and just as the test-based AI has misused to generate misinformation, visual AI could be exploited to create misleading prototypes, fake branding, or even the counterfeit the documents. The Anthropic insists that safeguards are in place, but the debate is far from the settled. So, you will also agree that there's a turning point in AI creativity which is on rise. The Claude design debut is more than a product launch. It is turning point in the story of AI creativity. For Anthropic, it represents a strategic pivot from being a text-first company to embrace the multimodal intelligence. And for user, it offers a glimpse of future where the language itself becomes the interface for the design. Now, when I'm just telling you about this, I also get worried. I am with the critics because nowadays the children are also very tech savvy, and they will love Anthropic Cloud because they can turn their language into a picture which they love most because they hate writing, right? So this is something which I think I need your comments on this. Now, going forward, for a society, it raises the profound question that is there about the role of human artistry in the age where the machine can generate beauty at scale. So, Anthropic cloud design is both exhilarating and unsettling. It promises speed, accessibility, and democratization, but also challenges long-held notion of originality and authorship. As a business educator and creator, experiment with this new tool. The world will have to decide whether AI-led design is a complement to human creativity or a competitor. So in the end, cloud design it is not just about making visual easier. It is about redefining the very act of creation, turning the words into the images, the ideas into the artifacts. Whether it becomes a cornerstone of a creative economy or a cautionary tale will depend on how wisely we balance innovation with integrity. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before the telescope pierced the skies of Renaissance Europe, a brilliant mind in 5th century India dared to challenge the cosmic order. And Aryabhat, through his Aryabhatiya, as that suggested that the earth itself was not a still center of the universe, but a rotating sphere and its motion explaining the dance of stars and the cosmos. In doing so, he planted the seed of heliocentrism nearly 1,000 years before Copernicus. So, in 2026, as humanity propose an interplanetary mission and debates on the ethics of AI, design, science, and Aryabhat vision feels startlingly modern. What do you feel about that? Now, going forward, his courage to question orthodoxy mirror our own struggles to redefine boundaries, whether in space exploration or in digital knowledge or in global collaboration. What he offered was not just astronomy, but a philosophical revolution. A reminder that Earth is but one participant in the vast cosmic symphony.
So, in the year 499 CE, a young mathematician and astronomer from India named Aryabhat composed Aryabhatiya, a text that would ripple across the centuries. And within its verses lay a daring proposition. The earth was not the immovable center of the universe, but a rotating sphere where it also it's explained the rotating sphere which explains the rising and settling the star. This insight subtle but yet it was really profound at that point of time, and it also hinted at a heliocentric order, placing the sun at the center of the planetary motion, and nearly thousands years before Copernicus formalized the idea in Renaissance Europe. So Aryabhat's vision was revolutionary because it challenged the prevailing geocentric worldwide. And in both Greece and Roman and even in Indian traditions, Earth was thought to be fixed with celestial bodies revolving around it. Aryabhat broke from this orthodoxy, suggesting that the apparent daily movement of heavens was due to Earth's own rotation. Though his heliocentric leanings were not expressed in the same systematic way as Copernicus, but definitely the seeds of the ideas were unmistakable. So if you have reached this far, please inform us about your city and from where you are tuned in, and in which language you are watching this video, and this will definitely determine the reach of our channel. So look forward. And in 2026, the Aryabhat's heliocentric vision resonates in a striking way. Humanity is once again at a crossroad of knowledge, driven not only by handwritten manuscript, but also about artificial intelligence, global collaboration. And just as Aryabhat challenged the obvious questions, Earth's immobility, today scientists and technologists challenges assumptions about the creativity, about ethics, and the boundaries of machine intelligence. His legacy also speaks to the decolonization of science. For centuries, the narrative of heliocentrism was framed as a European breakthrough. Yet, Aryabhat reminds us that scientific progress has always been global, with the contributors flowing across the cultures and continents. In an era where the India's ISRO launches a mission to Mars and to the moon, reclaiming Aryabhat's place in history is not just about, and it is definitely not just about the pride. It is also about recognizing the shared heritage of human curiosity. So Aryabhat's genius lay not only in his astronomical imagination, but in his mathematical rigor. He introduced trigonometric functions approximately and really very to the point, actually studying and presenting pi with remarkable accuracy, and devised the method for calculating planetary positions. His equation implied a solar-centric system where the planetary motion could be explained more elegantly than by Earth centric models. So these ideas traveled far beyond India, translated into Arabic into Arabic language. It was taken by Arabs, and Aryabhat's work into an Islamic world. So this is how these ideas generate worldwide. So where the scholars they expanded upon his insights, and centuries later, fragments to its knowledge influenced by some of the fragments also influenced European thought and forming part of intellectual soil from which picked up by Copernicus heliocentric model that would grow later, and we know all this. All of us know about this. So Aryabhat's heliocentric model also feels the prophetic in the age of space exploration. So by placing Earth as one planet among many, he reframed humanity's place in the cosmos. Today, as astronaut prepares for Mars mission and telescopes peer into distinct galaxies, his insight remind us that Earth is not the center of existence, but a part of a vast interconnected universe. So in 2026, this perspective is more urgent than ever. So climate change, geopolitical tensions, and AI-driven transformation all demand a planetary consciousness and awareness that Earth is fragile, finite, and not the axis of all the things. Aryabhat's heliocentric courage became a metaphor for humanity and responsibility in the modern age. So Aryabhat's heliocentric leaning were not merely scientific hypotheses, they were act of intellectual bravery. To suggest that Earth itself was in motion and was also a challenging the deepest assumptions of his times. In 2026, as we grapple with the AI ethics, planetary colonization, the global collaboration, Aryabhat's example reminds us that the progress begins with questioning obvious. So his story is not just about astronomy, it is about courage to see things differently. And in that sense, Aryabhat's heliocentric revolution continues to orbit our imagination, urging us to look beyond the familiar and embrace the infinite. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. And we look forward for your comment on this topic. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. The biggest question today that we have to tackle is, why does everything exist at all? For decades, the physicists have been haunted by the antimatter mystery. The fact that the Big Bang should have produced equal amount of matter and antimatter, leading to total annihilation and an empty universe. But a groundbreaking theory suggests that answer lies in the exploding black holes. In this video, we dive deep into the world of primordial black holes, PBH, tiny high-energy black holes formed seconds after the birth of the universe. Unlike their massive cousins, these tiny titans don't just sit there, they evaporate through Hawking radiation, eventually ending in violent explosions. We will explore how these cosmic firecrackers may have tipped the scale, creating the slight excess of matter that allowed stars, planets, and humans to form. Let us explore this further. Friends, what happens is that everything eventually fall into black hole. If you go very close to the black hole, you will see that the black hole will actually pull you in and then devour you, speedify you, and really bad thing happens to you. Your energy is sucked out and becomes part of the black hole. And so scientists used to wonder, what will happen to black hole. Are they eternal? And it turns out that the Stephen Hawking said no, they are not, because they are also radiating, and that radiation, very minute radiation, very faint, is now what we call the Hawking radiation. This video is not about Hawking radiation, but the important part is that even black hole, which are the biggest sucker of the universe, also radiate, and therefore if they are radiating, that means their mass is going to reduce eventually, and then they will have to completely evaporate. However, black holes don't go out simply evaporate. When they come to the minimum size that they can have, there is a internal pressure or the pressure of the vacuum, because of which after crossing that threshold, they have the event horizon, but they also have a minimum size horizon. Once they cross that, they simply explode. They cannot, the inward pressure cannot hold, and it evaporates or explode instantaneously, and the energy is released back into the universe. And that is what may have caused the extra matter that we see, the energy released after exploding of the initial black holes. So now scientists have debated, and they have agreed upon that when the universe formed, there were trillions, gazillions of the primordial black holes formed. These are microscopic black holes, and they are very small as a proton, but they have a mass equal to a moon. So they have still very strong power. They can pull things towards them. They can devour everything, but they are quite small, very difficult to detect. And since they are small, that means their time came before our solar system took birth. When we started coming to the world, the primordial, that's the assumption again, the primordial black holes would have been long gone. So now going back to the mystery. The mystery is when the universe formed, there should be equal amount of matter and antimatter. Matter is, what we are made of, and antimatter is equally an opposite, matter. And when these two guys, touch each other or come close to each other, they completely annihilate into a pure energy. So now we know that there was equal amount of matter and antimatter was formed in the initial first day of the universe, and then after some time the matter antimatter came close again and annihilated, and therefore there was a second bang. And we now know that the second bang really happened, and then it was still in the very early stages of the universe formation. However, if we take the if we consider the PBH, which is the primordial black hole, very very tiny small black holes, if they were also formed before the annihilation happened, that means that portion of the matter was not part of the second bang, right? That means the second bang happened, the matter and antimatter collided and exploded with releasing a lot of energy into the space. However, the PBH were out of this explosion, and they evaporated, releasing a lot of matter. And that is where the mystery of why we do not see antimatter in the space. Whatever we see today using our very advanced telescope, we don't see anything made of antimatter. We see everything made of electrons, protons, neutrons, atoms. All of this is matter, and we don't see. Although we can make antimatter in the laboratory, but it does not last because it's very difficult to hold the antimatter. It will mix with matter and annihilate in pure energy. Nothing is left. It's a matter antimatter explosion is the best explosion, best release of energy, because there are no byproducts out of that. Pure energy is released. So when we don't see antimatter in the universe naturally occurring, that gave rise to the mystery, and that is what we are discussing today. What happened to the antimatter and why we exist at all? I mean, when matter and antimatter were produced, and then the second bang happened, then from where this matter remained in the universe, of which we are all made of, all the stars in the heavens, all the planets, all the living beings are made of matter. So scientists are now saying that the PBH may be responsible, because PBH would have survived the second bang, and then later they evaporated, releasing the energy, which then condensed into matter. And there was no question of antimatter, that energy condensing into antimatter. And that is why if this is true, well, it is very difficult to prove or disprove this, but if this is true, this explains why we exist, why the universe exists, why stars, why the physics exist, right? So this is something which I wanted to discuss in the universe section today. If you have any thoughts, any comments, please share those in the comment section below. Thanks for joining live, and I will catch
Across the corridors of myth and memory strides Narad, the wandering musician, the cosmic storyteller, the sage whose Veena string echoes across the realm. He is not bound by earth or heaven, nor silenced by time. Narad travels freely, carrying the tales that unsettle kings. awaken sages and remind gods themselves of a fragile balance of dharma, that is righteousness. Mischief and wisdom mingle in his voice for every note he plays, in both questions and answers, a spark that ignites transformation. In 2026 and beyond, Narad's archetype feels startlingly familiar. The eternal messenger who bridges worlds and influence of the cosmic order, the voice that insists wisdom must travel faster than chaos. His songs is not just ancient, it is timeless, resonating with every age that seeks meaning in noise. So let's find out more. Narayan, Narayan. This resonate with you? Okay, so I'm talking about Narad Muni, the eternal wanderer. He is remembered not as one bound by place or time, but as a sage whose noise and presence ripple across the realm. With his veena in hand and the chants of Narayan, Narayan on his lips, he journeys freely between heaven, earth, and the Netherlands. And that also carries the stories from every realm, songs and truth that awaken mind and stir hearts. He is the archetype of traveling musician, one who does not merely entertain but enlightens, weaving wisdom into melody and turning narratives into revelations. So Narad's gift lies in his ability to be everywhere, to cross boundaries that other cannot. He is the messenger of God and provocators of kings and confidant of sages and awakener of demons. His tales are not idle gossips. They are sparks that ignite transformation. So by sowing the question, conflict and the challenges, Narad ensures that dharma, that means righteousness, the cosmic order, emerges stronger and more stronger. And his storytelling is not passive, it is catalytic and forcing societies and individuals to confront their illusion and rediscover the truth and themselves. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, about Narad Muni. As a musician, Narad embodies the power of sound. His veena is not more than, it is actually more than an instrument. It is a bridge between the mortal and divine. Through his music, he teaches that the devotion is not confined to rituals, but can be lived in rhythm, harmony, and resonance. His songs reminds us that the wisdom is not always spoken in solemn tunes. Sometimes it actually dances in the playful notes. Sometimes it appears through the satires, and sometimes it consoles through the lullabies of the faith. So in 2026, Narad's relevance feels strikingly, definitely very, very profoundly relevant. We live in an age of hyper connectivity where the information travels faster than thoughts. Yet, wisdom often lags behind. And Narad's archetype mirrors the modern journalist, the digital storyteller, and the influencer who carries new age ideas across the realms. But unlike the noise of today's feeds, Narad insists on meaning. His stories are not empty transformation, but it is not only transmit the emptiness or just a storytelling, but a transformative narratives. He reminds us that communication must be more than a speed. It must carry insight and compassion and call to a higher purpose. So his ability to actually transcends into realm resonate with our own era of virtual realities, space exploration, and artificial intelligence. Just as Narad moved between the worlds, humanity in 2026 move between physical and digital, earthly and cosmic. His presence teaches us that the crossing boundary is not enough. We must carry wisdom across them, and in a time when the technology can amplify voices endlessly, Nara's example urges us to ensure whose voice sings of or songs of truth, devotions, and harmony rather than a division and chaos. So beyond 2026, Narad's legacy is a reminder that storytelling is civilization's heartbeat. As long as humans seek a meaning, as long as societies wrestle with conflict and order, and that traveling musician will remain relevant. Narad's laughter, his provocations, his melodies, all are eternal echoes guiding us to balance the inquiry with devotion, mischief with wisdom, and speed with substance. He is not just a sage for the future, urging us, but actually he is urging us to be a traveler of truth in every realm we enter. And so Narad endures not as a relic of ancient lore, but a timeless archetype for every age. And his song reminds us that stories are bridges, music is truth, and wisdom must wander freely across the realm. In the noise of modernity, his veena still hums, a call to harmony, a reminder that even the mischief can be divine. And when it awakens the world of dharma, that is the way to go. So we have come to the end of this video. We look forward for your comments on this topic. Please like and subscribe our channel, and look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
What if the universe's deepest theory can be unlocked not by maze of equation, but by just four guiding truth? String theory, long seen as most intrigue puzzle in physics, has suddenly revealed itself as a symphony of simplicity. Researchers now propose that with only four assumptions, the grand idea of vibrating string, thread weaving matter's energy, and space and time emerges naturally. It is as if the cosmos itself whispers, and complexity is born from elegance and infinite rest on the shoulders of few. So let's discuss this subject further. In the vast landscape of theoretical physics, string theory has long stood as both a beacon of possibility and a labyrinth of complexities. For decades, it has promised a unified framework, a way to reconcile quantum mechanics with the general relativity, to weave together the smallest particle and the largest cosmic structure into a single tapestry. Yet, its reputation has often been that of an intrigue puzzle and requiring layers upon layers of assumptions, mathematical scaffolding, and abstract dimensions. Now, researchers suggest that the path to string theory may be far simpler than imagined. Only four fundamental assumptions are needed to derive it. And this proposal reframes the narratives, and instead of towering the edifice built on the countless hypotheses, string theory could emerge from a fundamental foundation as an elegant as the theory itself, aspiring to be. So the assumptions are not arbitrary. They are principles that resonate across physics, and they speak of symmetry, consistency, and universality of interaction. So by stripping away the access, scientific and scientists reveal that the string theory is not a speculative castle in the cloud, but a natural consequence of few guiding truth. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, imagine the implications. If the string theory can be distillized into four assumptions, it becomes less of distinct dream and more of logical inevitability. And it suggests that the universe at its deepest level may indeed be composed of vibrating string and tiny filaments of energies whose oscillations give rise to particles, forces, and dimensions. The elegance of this idea lies in its economy. Complexities emerges not from the complication but from the simplicity, repeated and scaled. The simplification also challenges the perception of string theory as inaccessible, and for years critics have argued that it is too abstract, too detached from the experiment, and too reliant on the mathematical gymnastics. But if its derivation rests on only four assumptions, then its beauty is not in its difficulty but in its clarity. It became a framework that is not imposed but discovered, a theory that flows naturally from the bedrocks of physics. This shift has profound consequences for how we think about the universe. String theory has always hinted at a hidden dimensions, and at possibility that the reality is richer than what we perceive. With the simplified foundation, these dimensions feel less like a speculative add-ons and more like a necessary outcomes. So the theory becomes not a patchwork of ideas but a seamless extension of physical law. It suggests that the universe's deepest secrets are not locked behind complexities but revealed through a simplicity. For the lay person, the idea is both humbling and exhilarating. To know that the universe might be explained by four assumptions is to glimpse the elegance of nature's design. It is to realize that beneath the chaos of particles and forces lie a harmony as simple as a string's vibration. Just as music arises from oscillation of strings on an instrument, so too might matter and energy arise from oscillation of cosmic strings. The metaphor is irresistible, and the universe as a symphony and its notes played on string of a reality itself. Of course, the challenges remain. And the string theory still awaits experimental confirmation, still faces questions about testability and prediction. But the simplification offers hope, and it suggests that the theory is not an artificial construct but a natural consequence waiting to be revealed in data and observations. So it invites physicists to look again, to seek evidence not with the confusion, with the kind of not to be, but with curiosity. So knowing that framework is grounded in simplicity. So in the end, the proposal that string theory rests on the four assumptions is more than a technical achievement. It is a philosophical statement about science itself. It reminds us that the universe is not obliged to be complicated. It may be vast, mysterious, and awe-inspiring, but at its heart, it may be governed by the principle that are few, elegant, and profound. So to uncover those principles, it is a step closer to ultimate goal of physics, a unified understanding of everything, from the smallest quark to the largest galaxies, all vibrating together in the cosmic symphony of strings. So in the end, the revelation of that string theory may rest on only four assumptions, and it is more than a technical breakthrough. It is a testament to the universe's elegance and complexities once thought to be the hallmark of ultimate truth give way to the simplicity, showing us that the thread and the cosmos may be woven from just handful of threads. From a simplest and smallest vibration to the grandest galaxies, reality hums with the music of strings, reminding us that the deepest mysteries are often born from a simplest note. So we have come to the end of this subject. Look forward for your comments. And thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. and these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम अपना जो दिन है उसकी शुरुआत करते हैं भगवान की पूजा करके। तो आज है बुधवार, और आज तो गणेश जी की स्तुति बनता है, क्योंकि हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे गणेश जी की पूजा करके, क्योंकि आज का दिन उनको समर्पित है। तो बहुत ही सिंपल सा एक मंत्र हम 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे। और आप तो जानते हैं कि हर रोज की तरह हम अपनी पूजा शुरू करते हैं, और जो मंत्र है 11 दफा अपने हमें थोड़ा सा सहायता मिले तो हम इस काउंटर को यूज करते हैं। और इसमें ये बड़े आराम से हमें इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं स्क्रीन के ऊपर। पता चल जाता है कि हमारे कितने दफा हो गया है। तो आप कोई भी तरीका यूज कर सकते हैं, लेकिन सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट बात यह है कि हमारे साथ जुड़ें और हमारे साथ इस मंत्र का उच्चारण 11 दफा करें। इससे भगवान गणेश काफी खुश होते हैं। तो चलिए जी, हाथ जोड़ के हम नमन करते हैं और 11 दफा भगवान जी को याद करते हैं। ओम गण गण गणपते नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे 11 दफा जो स्तुति थी वो पूरी हो गई भगवान गणेश की। अब हम अपना दिन स्टार्ट करेंगे आराम से। भगवान की हमने पूजा कर ली है, तो चलिए अभी आपसे विदा लेता हूँ, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा। नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है, और आप सब जानते हैं कि शनिवार का जो दिन होता है वो शनि महाराज के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शनि की प्रार्थना करके, पूजा करके। और हर हर रोज की तरह हम 11 दफा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र को का उच्चारण आप अपने अपने वर्क स्टेशन पे, अपने अपने ऑफिस में, होम ऑफिस में करें। मैं ये काउंटर यूज करता हूँ। आप कैसे भी माला का इस्तेमाल करके या कैसे भी अपने मन में ही 11 दफे इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, भगवान का नमन करिए। ओम शनिश्चराय नमः। इस मंत्र का हमें जाप 11 दफा करना है। तो चलिए हम अब शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनिश्चराय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे भगवान की स्तुति जो पूजा है समाप्त हुई। और जिन लोगों की शनि की ढैया चल रही है उनके लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है आप हर शनिवार को इस मंत्र का जाप करें और अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो चलिए, आपका आज का दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में। Hello friends, in today's hyper-distracted corporate world, business leaders are facing unprecedented burnout, decision fatigue, and market volatility. What if the ultimate solution to the modern corporate chaos was written over 7,000 years ago? Therefore, in this video, we break down Bhagavad Gita's lessons and reveal how it serves as a powerful framework for the 21st century's executives, founders, and CEOs. Let's go. Look at the modern corporate landscape and you will notice a strange paradox. We have more data, faster communication, and better AI tools than at any point in time in the human history. Yet, today's CEOs and business leaders are more overwhelmed, exhausted, and distracted than ever before. We call it decision fatigue. And we also call it market volatility, and we also call it the constant pressure to innovate. But what if the real problem isn't the lack of resources, but the lack of anchoring? What if the ultimate antidote to the corporate chaos was written over 7,000 years ago on a battlefield? So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Today we are diving deep into the ancient text that holds a revolutionary blueprint for the modern executive leadership. We are looking at Bhagavad Gita's chapter 9 and verse 13. In this verse, Bhagwan Krishna drops a truth bomb that completely flips our modern definition of the power, control, and leadership on its head. Let's read the verse, and the quote starts, "But those who are Mahatmas surrender to divine energy and accept me as the singular source of all existence. They remain absorbed in me with mind and intelligence." Quote close. For the modern CEO, the words like surrender, divine energy, and absorption might sound out of place in a quarterly board meeting. But over the next few minutes, we are going to decode why this exact verse is a missing link to the hyper-focused, sustainable business growth and indestructible mental peace. Let's start with the first key word in this verse, which is Mahatma. In Sanskrit, Maha means great and Atma means soul, a great soul. That is Mahatma. In the corporate world, we have plenty of managers, plenty of directors, and plenty of traditional CEOs. A traditional CEO operates largely from the ego. They believe they are the sole engine driving the company. They carry the weight of the entire organization on their shoulders. It's a mindset that says, if I don't micromanage, then and if I don't control every variable, everything will collapse. So what happens to an ego-driven leader? Burnout, anxiety, strategic blindness. Bhagwan Krishna says that the true leaders, the Mahatma, operate differently. A Mahatma CEO understand that they are, not the ultimate controller. They are the conduit. They switch their operating system from ego-driven management to purpose-driven stewardship. When you view your company not as a personal empire to conquer, but as a vehicle to serve a larger, higher purpose, your relationship with the stress changes completely. You stop reacting to daily market fluctuations with panic and you start leading with deep, unshakable, long-term vision. Now, let's look at the most misunderstood word in the business, which is surrender. The verse states, surrender to divine energy. Right? To the modern executive, surrender sounds like weakness. It sounds like giving up, quitting, or waving the white flag. But in context of Bhagavad Gita, surrender is the ultimate act of strategic power. Think about the concept of flow state in psychology. What athletes call being in the zone. When the elite athlete is in the zone, they aren't overthinking every muscular movement. They are surrendered their rigid, anxious, conscious mind to a deeper, intuitive intelligence. For a CEO, surrendering to a divine energy or a higher cosmic order means acknowledging a fundamental truth. You cannot control the outcome. You can only control the input. When you surrender to the obsessive anxiety over the result, the stock price, the competitors' next move, the macroeconomic shifts, etc., you suddenly free up massive amount of cognitive bandwidth. You stop wasting energy, fighting variable that you cannot change, and your channel 100% of your power into what you can do right now, right? And that is what Bhagwan Krishna means by surrendering to divine energy. It is aligning yourself with the natural flow of reality rather than fighting against it. The verse goes on to say that these great minds accept me as singular source of all existence. They remain absorbed in me with mind and intelligence. Right? This is a masterclass in focus. The biggest enemy of the modern CEO isn't the lack of opportunity. It is an absolute surplus of distraction. It's what the tech theorists call shiny object syndrome. Founders chase every new trend, pivot with every 3 months, scatter their company's energy in 50 different directions. When your mind is scattered, your execution is weaker. But look at the instructions here. Quote starts again, absorbed with mind and intelligence, quote close. When a leader identifies as a singular source, a core, unbinding higher mission for their enterprise and anchor their entire intellect to it, something magical happens. The noise evaporates. Every new partnership purpose filtered through singular source. Every new product line, evaluated by core mission. Every internal conflicts resolved by the aligning with the higher purpose. So this level of absorption is what separated leaders like Steve Jobs or Elon Musk from average executives. They had an almost spiritual, unwavering obsession with singular vision. They didn't care about standard industry norms. They were completely absorbed in bringing a specific future into reality. When you apply your analytical intelligence alongside a deeper focus mind, you achieve what Gita calls ekagrata, one pointed concentration, and one pointed corporate strategy is virtually unstoppable. So how do you take chapter 9 verse 13 out of the realm of philosophy and put it directly into your boardroom tomorrow morning? And here are the 3 concrete steps for the modern executive. Step 1, define your singular source. What is the absolute unshakable core purpose of your company beyond just making money? And if your goal is profit, your leadership will always be very fragile. You'll find that the higher impact that anchors your organization is very, very weak, on a very weak footing. Step 2, practice active surrender daily. Before you open your laptop or walk into a high stakes negotiations, take 2 minutes of silence. Mentally give up your attachments to the final results. Say to yourself, I will give this to my absolute highest intelligence and effort, but I will surrender the outcome to the universe. Watch how quickly your anxiety drops completely. Step 3, protect your absorption. Cut the noise, block out deep work time on your calendar where your mind and intelligence are entirely focused on higher leverage, long-term strategic thinking, completely insulated from emails, slacks, and daily fires. Leadership is lonely, it is heavy, and is exhausting if you try to do it all through the power of your own limited ego. But Bhagavad Gita chapter 9 verse 13 reminds us that you don't have to carry the world alone. By stepping into the shoes of Mahatma by leaning into a higher divine energy and absorbing your mind and intellect into singular noble vision, you don't just build a successful company, you build a resilient, peaceful, and legacy defined life. True power doesn't come from forcing the world to bend to your will. True power comes from aligning your leadership with the ultimate source of all existence. So, friends, what do you think about this? If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. Thanks for joining live. If this ancient perspective on modern business resonated with you, hit that like button. Share this video with your fellow entrepreneurs or executives who need to hear this today. Don't forget to subscribe for more deep dives into timeless wisdom of modern leaders. Lead from the source, stay focused, and before I actually go to the Q&A, because there are some messages as well, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. So friends, we had a very successful, very good session today, and there were few messages. I would like to display those messages. First is Nightmare J. Nightmare J, your message and your ID is displayed on the screen and you said hi. So how can I help you? If you have any questions, please let me know, Nightmare J. Thank you for saying hi and very good morning from India. All right, so I will see you very soon in the next video, which is about business. And so please hold on and stay tuned. Bye for now. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज मंगलवार है, ट्यूसडे। तो आपको सबको पता है कि ट्यूसडे का जो दिन होता है वो हनुमान जी के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान जी की पूजा करके। तो आज हनुमान जी की पूजा से अपना दिन आरंभ करेंगे। और सबसे अच्छी बात यह है कि हम जो हनुमान जी की पूजा है वो हम हनुमान चालीसा पढ़ के करेंगे। ठीक है जी। तो चलिए आप हमारे साथ पढ़िए और हर मंगलवार को आप भी अपना दिन शुरू करें तो पहले हनुमान जी की पूजा स्तुति करके करें। तो ठीक है जी, हम हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ शुरू कर रहे हैं। तो आप हाथ जोड़ के हमारे साथ भी इसका पाठ करें। ठीक है। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निजमन मुकुर सुधार, वर्णव रघुवर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फल चार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जान के, सुमरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहे, हरेउ कलेश विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तिहुँ लोक उजागर। रामदूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूंज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगवंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करवे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा,
विकट रूप धरी लंग जरावा, भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए, रघुपत कीनी बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कही श्रीपति कंठ लगावे, सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहां थे, कवि कोविद कह सके कहां थे। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव वही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लीलियो ताही मधुर फल जानू। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जलधि लांग गए अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन ते सम्हारो आपे, तीनों लोक हाँकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपद निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके का सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। चारों जोग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्धि जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। अस सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता, असवर दीन जानकी माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुवरपुर जाई, जहाँ जन्म हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरही, हनुमत से ही सब सुख करही। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गुसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोई, छूटे ही बंदी महासुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, होए सिद्धि साखी गौरीसा। तुलसीदास सदा हरि चेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित, हृदय बसो सुर भूप। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। तो दोस्तों, आज हमारी भगवान की पूजा स्तुति समाप्त हुई। हमने हनुमान जी की हनुमान चालीसा को आज का पाठ किया। तो आप भी हर मंगलवार को इसका पाठ करके अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो हम अपना दिन चालू करते हैं, मिलते हैं जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। आपका दिन मंगलमय हो। नमस्कार।
Friends, let me ask you, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's greatest challenge? Well, in this episode of our leadership series, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to uncover a blueprint of what we call the strategic liberation. For a high stake executive, liberation isn't about escaping the boardroom. It's about operating within it with total clarity, unshakable focus, and a mind free from sense of cognitive bias and ego. Let us explore this further. In the world of high stake business, we talk about freedom. We in fact talk a lot about freedom and market freedom, financial freedom, the freedom to innovate. But for the modern CEO, the reality is often opposite. You are tethered to the stock ticker, bound by the expectations of the board, and often a prisoner to your own decision making loop. We call this the invisible ceiling, the point where your intelligence and hard work cannot take you any further because your mind is too cluttered with the noise of the trade. But what if there was a way to achieve a state of strategic liberation, a state where you operate with absolute clarity, where your decisions are not reactive but visionary? Over 7,000 years ago, a roadmap for this exact state was laid out in a dialogue on a battlefield. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 5, verse 17. It's not just a spiritual mantra, it is the ultimate executive manual for the 21st century. Those whose intellect is merged in Him, whose mind is one with Him, who are established in Him, for whom He is the supreme goal, their sins being dispelled by knowledge, go to the state from which there is no return. Well, this is a quote and translated into English. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who is watching and who is not. Now let's proceed further. To a CEO, this might sound like a religious abstraction, but let's translate this into leadership language. The words identify 4 pillars of focus. First, intellect. What is the intellect? Your strategic analytical power. Next, mind. Your emotional intelligence and focus. Third, establishment. Your core values and conviction. Fourth, the goal. Your ultimate vision or the North Star. So the Gita suggests that when these 4 are aligned with supreme truth, or in the business terms, a transcendental purpose, you reach a state of no return. In business, that is a definition of the legacy. One of the most striking phrases in this verse is the sin destroyed by knowledge. In a boardroom, we don't use the word sin, but we do use word error. In this context, sin refers to the mental impurities that could cloud judgment. Ego, attachment to a specific outcome, fear of failure, cognitive biases, etc. Think of these as the cognitive debt. Every time you make a decision based on your ego rather than data point, you base on how we have always done it rather than the truth. You accrue debt. This debt slows your company down and it creates a friction. So the Gita says this debt is destroyed by knowledge, not just information. We have plenty of that, but realized knowledge is missing here. This is the ability to see the market, your competitor, your own team exactly as they are, without distorting the lens of your own desires or fears. When knowledge destroys error, liberation begins. The verse ends with bold promise, the path of liberation where there is no rebirth. The spiritual terms, this is the moksha. In the boardroom, this is the high performance flow state. No rebirth means you stop repeating the same mistake. Have you ever noticed that how some company seems to hit the same wall every 5 years? The same culture issues, the same product, market fit struggles, the same leadership turnover, and that is a cycle of rebirth in business. The strategic liberation means moving past those cycles. It means your leadership has evolved to a point where you are no longer a manager of crisis, but a creator of realities. You have reached a level of clarity where you don't have to go back to the old ways of struggling. You are no longer reacting to the waves. You are the ocean yourself. So how does you apply Gita 5.17 on a Tuesday morning before a merger or a product launch? I have few tips for you. First, fix the intellect. Start your day by detaching from the outcome. Focus entirely on the integrity of the strategy. Next, dissolve your ego. Ask yourself, am I making this choice to be right or to be effective? If it is to be right, that's the sin. And the verse mentions this very clearly. Let knowledge dissolve it. Right? Next is establish the North Star. Ensure your supreme goal isn't just this quarter's earning, but a purpose that provides value to the world. When your goal is supreme, your stamina becomes infinite. True leadership isn't about control, it's about alignment. Chapter 5, verse 17 of Bhagavad Gita teaches us that when our intellect, mind, and faith are fixed on a truth higher than our own, we become liberated from the friction of the corporate world. We move beyond the boardroom. We stop being driven by the fear of loss and start being pulled by the power of vision. This is the strategic liberation. That is the path of the sage leader. The question isn't whether you can afford to learn these lessons. The question is, can you afford the rebirth of your past mistakes, and what happens if you don't? My name is CK, and this has been a look into the timeless wisdom of Gita for the modern executive. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for listening. Before we move on to the next video, a few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends. By now we know that the 21-hour marathon peace talk between US and Iran have officially collapsed. What does this mean for the global stability and your wallet as well as mine? Therefore, in this video, we break down the dramatic failure of the Islamabad Peace Summit, where Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators failed to reach a ceasefire after nearly 21 hours of high-stake diplomacy. Following the expiration of the temporary 2-week ceasefire, the Middle East is now bracing for the return to active hostility and a massive economic ripple effect. Let us discuss this further. It's being called the most consequential 21 hours in the modern diplomacy. In a high-stake hotel room in Islamabad, Pakistan, the world held its breath as the Vice President JD Vance and the Iranian negotiators sat face to face for the first time in decades. What was the goal? The goal was very set: to stop the war that has already crippled global trade and brought the Middle East to its knees. But as of this morning, which is April 13, 2026, the silence from the Serena Hotel was broken by a single devastating sentence from the US delegation: no deal has been reached. The temporary 2 weeks ceasefire has now also expired. The peace deal has collapsed, and as the diplomats head back to the airport, the markets are already reacting. Oil is spiking, gold is hitting record high, and the drums of war are beating louder than ever. Today we dive deep into understanding what exactly is going on, and why the Islamabad Peace Summit failed, and what this means for the global economy as we brace for the fallout. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and I will also know who's watching which segment, etc. Now let's proceed further. To understand why this failed, we have to look at the clock. The talks began with a glimmer of hope. President Trump had sent high-powered team headed by Vice President JD Vance, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and Jared Kushner. They were meeting an Iranian delegation led by Mohammad Bagher Kalibaf. For 15 hours, the talk were described as expert-level discussions. They were exchanging text, debating the finer points of a 15-point proposal. But by hour 20, the atmosphere completely shifted. US presented, what they called their best and final offer. The core of the American demand was simple: Iran must provide an affirmative commitment to stop all nuclear enrichment and immediately, unconditionally reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The Iran response, they called the demand excessive. Tehran counter-offered with their own 10-point plan, demanding the immediate withdrawal of all US forces from the Middle East and lifting of all sanctions before a single ship moved through the Strait of Hormuz. By 4 a.m. local time, the deadlock was absolute. JD Vance walked out, stating that if the Iranians weren't willing to negotiate in good faith, the US was not, receptive to further stalling. The open hand of diplomacy has been replaced by a closed fist. This isn't just a political failure, it's an economic catastrophe. Why does a meeting in Pakistan matter to someone in New York, London, or Tokyo? There is only one answer, and that is Hormuz. The Strait of Hormuz is the world's most important oil artery. Currently, it is under an effective stranglehold. During the ceasefire, there was a hope that the blockade could be lifted. Instead, no deal news has sent oil prices into a vertical climb. Analysts at Goldman Sachs and S&P Global are warning that if the hostility resumes, we are looking at a price of $150 per barrel, and this is going to become a reality. But it is not just oil. Let's look at gold. We have seen gold surge over $100 an ounce in mere minutes, hitting record height as investors flee to safer havens. The Gulf economies nations like Qatar and Kuwait, which rely entirely on the strait, are looking at potential recession of up to 5% this year. Supply chain. Let's look at how this will impact supply chain. From semiconductor to food imports, the Middle East, stress test is basically completely failing, and it is going to basically create a major problem for the world. Iran has already struck Amazon data centers in Bahrain and UAE earlier this year. With the peace deal dead, tech giants like Microsoft and Google are reportedly considering their entire presence in the region. We are witnessing the de-globalization of the Middle East in real time. So what happens tomorrow? What happens today? 2 week ceasefire is officially over. President Trump has already stated that he is ready to open the strait with or without Iran's cooperation. On the ground that the situation is volatile, Israel has agreed to talks with Lebanon but refused to speak with Hezbollah. In Iran, hardliners are already claiming victory, saying they forced the US to the table and gave up nothing. Well, military buildup is staggering. The US has erected missiles launchers at Qatari airbase, and second aircraft carrier is moving into Gulf. On the other side, Iran has deployed advanced Chinese anti-stealth radar system. The Epic Fury war, as some are calling it, as no longer a threat, it's a renewed reality. If a single spark hit a tanker in the next 48 hours, the limited conflict could transform into a regional issue that involves every major power on earth. Diplomacy is a game of red lines, and in Islamabad, both sides finally hit them. The US won't accept a nuclear Iran, Iran won't accept a US policed region. We are entering a period of extreme uncertainty. The failed peace deal of 2026 will likely be remembered as a moment the world realized that the old rules of Middle Eastern diplomacy are officially broken. For now, keep an eye on the oil stickers and the troop movement in Pakistan and also in Oman. The next move won't be made by a diplomat in a suit, it will be made by commanders in cockpit. So friends, what do you think? Was the US too rigid in their demands, or is Iran simply playing for the time while the world's economy burns? Let me know in the comments below. This is a developing story and we will be here to bring you the update as that happens. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In a world that's this volatile, staying informed is our only hedge. I'm CK and I will see you in the next one. Before we go to the next section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, in this section of our live stream, we dive deep into the groundbreaking journey of the Artemis 2 mission, where human crew finally ventured into the shadow of the moon. For decades, we have relied on the robotic probes to map the lunar far side, but the human eye sees what camera often misses. Join us as we explore the incredible sights witnessed by crew from never before seen crater complex to eerie rugged terrain of the lunar South Pole. Let's go and explore this further. For over 50 years, the far side of the moon has been a place of myth and robotic photography. We have seen the grainy black and white photos from the Soviet probes and high definition scans from the lunar reconnaissance orbiters. But until April 2026, no human eye had looked upon the moon's hidden face since the end of Apollo program. On April 1st, 2026, four pioneers, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, shook the Florida coast as they rode a pillar of fire into the sky. They weren't just going back to the moon, they were going beyond it. Artemis 2 was designed to test the limits of the Orion spacecraft, but it becomes something much more. A voyage into the darkness where humans saw things that camera simply cannot capture. Today we are looking at what the crew of Artemis 2 discovered when they crossed into the lunar night. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. As Orion moved away from Earth, the crew achieved a milestone that had stood from over half a century. On April 4th, they officially surpassed the distance recorded set by Apollo 13, reaching a maximum distance of over 252,760 miles from our home planet. But the real mission began on April 6th. As the spacecraft swung around the moon, the crew prepared for the loss of signal, which is LOS. This is the moment when the massive bulk of moon blocks all radio waves from Earth. For 40 minutes, the crew of Artemis 2 were almost isolated humans in history. In fact, the most isolated humans, completely alone in the silent vacuum of the lunar far side. It was during this window of silence that the unseen moon began to reveal itself, reveal its secrets. Why is the far side so different? To the naked eye, the side of the moon we see from Earth is covered in something called Maria, those dark, smooth volcanic plains. But as the Artemis crew looked at through their window, they saw a world that was rugged, battered, and almost entirely mountainous. They passed over the Hertzsprung Basin, a massive double-ringed impact crater that stretches over 300 mile wide. Mission specialist Christina Koch noted the intricate rings of the basin, which looked far more 3D and jagged than the satellite photo had ever suggested before that. But then something unexpected happened. As they moved into the moon's shadow, the crew witnessed a rare in space solar eclipse. From their perspective, the moon completely swallowed the sun. The pilot Victor Glover described the sight as unreal. When the sun blocked, the crew could see the sun's corona, its ghostly outer atmosphere, flaring out from behind the black disk of the moon. But even more incredible was the Earth's shine, because the Earth was nearly full from the moon's perspective. It reflected enough light to actually illuminate the dark surface of the moon in a soft, eerie blue glow. Perhaps the most startling discovery made during those hours in the darkness was something the scientists back at NASA hadn't explicitly planned for. While peering at the darkened lunar surface, the crew began to report seeing pinpricks of lights. Commander Reed Wiseman radioed back once communication was restored, and he said, the quote start, that was definitely an impact flash. And Jeremy just saw another one. And the quote close. So in total, the crew reported 6 distinct meteoroids striking and hitting the moon in real time. These were tiny space rocks slamming into the lunar soil at tens and thousands of miles per hour, exploding in a millisecond long burst of bluish white light. Why is this a big deal? Because it proves that the moon is under constant bombardment. For future missions like Artemis 3, where astronauts will actually live on the surface, understanding the frequency of these impact flashes is a matter of life and death. The crew's eyes were able to detect this tiny, fast event that most automated satellite would have definitely missed. Artemis 2 splashed down safely in the Pacific on April 10th, 2026, but the data they brought back is changing everything. We know that the far side topology is even more complex than we imagined, and that the dark side of the moon is far more active than we once thought. So, as we look towards the future, to the first woman and the next man walking on the lunar South Pole, we do so with the knowledge gathered by 4 people who went into the darkness, came back with a new vision of our closest neighbor, which is the unseen moon. So, the unseen moon is unseen no longer. So if you want to stay updated on the upcoming Artemis 3 landing and the future of Mars exploration, make sure to hit the subscribe button. The journey is just beginning, and I will see you in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज है बृहस्पतिवार और जैसा कि आप सभी लोगों को पता होगा, ज़्यादातर लोगों को पता रहता है कि बृहस्पतिवार का जो दिन होता है ये भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो आज के दिन हम भगवान विष्णु की पूजा करते हैं, आराधना करते हैं और हर रोज की तरह अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले हम भगवान विष्णु का नमन करेंगे, उनको याद करेंगे। और आप जैसे जानते हैं कि हम हर मंत्र को 11 दफा करते हैं, तो आज भी हम एक बहुत ही आसान सा मंत्र, भगवान विष्णु का जो मंत्र है वो 11 दफा हम रिसाइट करेंगे और हम ये काउंटर यूज करेंगे। इसमें आप देख सकते हैं कि नंबर आ जाते हैं, तो ये काफी हमें सहायता मिलती है कि हम इसमें देख लेते हैं कि कितनी बार हुआ है। आप जैसा मर्जी चाहे वैसा कर सकते हैं, आप उंगलियों का यूज कर सकते हैं, आप माला का यूज कर सकते हैं, आपके जो आपको कंफर्टेबल लगे वैसा करें। तो चलिए हम अपनी पूजा प्रारंभ करते हैं। आप सब हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस पूजा में पार्टिसिपेट करें। पहले तो हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और भगवान विष्णु का नमन करते हैं। ओम नमो वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों हमारी पूजा आज की समाप्त होती है, तो हम इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में मिलते हैं। तब तक आपका दिन मंगलमय हो, शुभ हो। नमस्कार। हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आपका स्वागत है। क्या आपने कभी सोचा है कि जो दिल्ली शहर है हमारा, भारत की राजधानी, जिसमें बहुत लोग रहते हैं, पूरे ब्यूरोक्रेट्स, पूरी गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया उसमें रहती है, इसका असली और प्राचीन नाम क्या था? तो ये एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर ढूंढेंगे हम इस वीडियो में। हम दिल्ली के इतिहास में गहराई में उतरेंगे और जानेंगे कि सदियों पहले दिल्ली को किस नाम से पुकारा जाता था। दिल्ली का इतिहास महाभारत काल से लेकर मुगल सल्तनत तक और अंग्रेजों के दौरान बेहद दिलचस्प है, और इसमें अलग अलग नामों से उसको बुलाया जाता था। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। दोस्तों, सारी दुनिया दिल्ली के नाम से जानती है इस शहर को, लेकिन आप में से काफ़ी लोग इस बात को जानते होंगे कि जो कैपिटल ऑफ इंडिया है उसका नाम न्यू दिल्ली है। ये अंग्रेज़ों ने दिया था, लेकिन इससे पहले इसको दिल्ली के नाम से जाना जाता था। आज भी जो दिल्ली शहर है वो काफ़ी बड़ा है, लेकिन जो कैपिटल एरिया है उसको हम न्यू दिल्ली बोलते हैं। तो लेकिन कभी आपने सोचा है कि दिल्ली की जिस सड़कों पे हम चलते हैं, और इसका नाम हमेशा दिल्ली था या कुछ और? क्या आप जानते हैं कि इस शहर का असली और प्राचीन नाम क्या था? आज इस वीडियो में हम इतिहास के परतों को हटाएंगे और जानेंगे कि दिल्ली के उन नामों के बारे में जो वक्त की धूल में कहीं खो गए। चलिए बात शुरू करते हैं महाभारत काल से, क्योंकि उससे पहले तो हमें पता ही नहीं है। वेदों और पुराणों के अनुसार पांडवों की राजधानी इंद्रप्रस्थ थी। कहा जाता है कि भगवान कृष्ण के सुझाव पर पांडवों ने खांडवप्रस्थ के घने जंगल को काटकर एक भव्य शहर बसाया था, जिसे इंद्रप्रस्थ नाम दिया गया था। आज का पुराना किला एक जगह है दिल्ली में जिसको ओल्ड फोर्ट बोलते हैं। माना जाता है कि वहीं पे इंद्रप्रस्थ की नींव रखी गई थी, उस एरिया पे मतलब, और वहां पे उनकी कैपिटल बनाई गई थी, और उस समय इस प्रदेश का नाम इंद्रप्रस्थ था। और सरप्राइजिंग बात यह है कि आज भी वहाँ जो कॉलोनी है उसका नाम इंद्रप्रस्थ ही है, जिसके अंदर ये एरिया आता है। तो बड़ा सवाल यह है कि इतिहासकारों ने अलग अलग इसके ऊपर मत हैं। कई लोग बोलते हैं कि ये तो मतलब पुराना किला है, लेकिन कई लोग बोलते हैं कि इसी जगह पे इंद्रप्रस्थ था। अब इतनी पुरानी बात हो गई, 5,000 7,000 साल पुरानी, इसमें काफ़ी गहन अध्ययन करना पड़ेगा। तो मेरे ख्याल से जो साइंटिस्ट हैं या आर्कियोलॉजिस्ट हैं वो कर रहे होंगे। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप इस पॉइंट तक पहुंचे हैं तो जरूर बताइए कि किस शहर से आप हमारा ये वीडियो देख रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में आप हमारी वीडियो देखना चाहेंगे। तो चलिए हम आगे बढ़ते हैं। इंद्रप्रस्थ के बाद इतिहास में दिल्ली के कई नाम आए। 11वीं शताब्दी के आसपास तोमर वंश के राजा अंगपाल ने दिल्ली को बसाया, फिर से बसाया, और इस जगह का नाम योगिनीपुर रखा गया। इसके बाद दिल्ली का शब्द का इस्तेमाल हुआ, मतलब इनके जाने के बाद योगिनीपुर फिर डिस्ट्रॉय हो गया। उसके बाद जब दोबारा शहर बना 12वीं शताब्दी में, तो इसका नाम दिल्ली का रखा गया। और इसके बाद 12वीं शताब्दी में ही पृथ्वीराज चौहान ने भी इसी नाम को कंटिन्यू किया। उन्होंने अपनी कैपिटल बनाई और उस समय का नाम था दिल्ली का। ठीक है, समय आगे बढ़ा और दिल्ली पे कई सल्तनतों के राज हुए। मुगलों के दौरान शाहजहां ने शाहजहानाबाद की नींव रखी, जो आज की पुरानी दिल्ली है। जो जैसे इंद्रप्रस्थ पुराना किला वाला एरिया है और आज भी उस कॉलोनी को हम इंद्रप्रस्थ बोलते हैं, वैसे ही पुरानी दिल्ली का नाम जो शाहजहां ने रखा उसका नाम था शाहजहानाबाद। इसके अलावा 7 अलग अलग शहर दिल्ली की जमीनों पे बसे और उजड़े। फिर आया ब्रिटिश काल, जहां नई दिल्ली का निर्माण हुआ, और इसमें एडवर्ड लुटियंस के डिज़ाइन वाली नई दिल्ली, पूरी नई शहर बसाया गया और पुरानी दिल्ली से बिल्कुल उसको अलग रखा गया। तो जो शाहजहानाबाद वाला एरिया है उसको अलग रखा गया और नई दिल्ली को पूरा नया बसाया गया। अक्सर लोग पूछते हैं कि क्या दिल्ली का नाम दिल से पड़ा है? तो ये किसी राजा का नाम है, या दिल्ली किसी राजा का नाम हो सकता है, या दिल से पड़ा है। सच्चाई ये है कि दिल्ली के नाम के पीछे की कोई एक नहीं बल्कि हजारों साल का बदलाव है। बहुत सारी कहानियां हैं, एक किसी सूत्र से हम इसको बांध कर नहीं रख सकते। इंद्रप्रस्थ से योगिनीपुर और दिल्ली से लेकर दिल्ली तक इस शहर हमेशा से सत्ता का केंद्र रहा है, हमेशा आदिकाल से, बहुत पहले से ही ये कैपिटल माना जाता था, बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट शहर माना जाता था, क्योंकि ये सेंट्रली लोकेटेड है। और ये शहर से पत्थर और ईंटों से नहीं बना, बल्कि इसमें राजाओं, संतों और आम लोगों की बहुत कहानियां हैं इसमें, कहानियों से बना है। सदियों पुरानी कहानियां इसमें मौजूद हैं। तो दोस्तों, दिल्ली सिर्फ भारत की राजधानी नहीं, ये हजारों साल पुराना एक जीता जागता इतिहास है। अगली बार जब आप दिल्ली की सड़कों से गुजरें तो याद रखिएगा कि आप सिर्फ एक शहर में नहीं, बल्कि इतिहास की उन गलियों में चल रहे हैं जहां कभी पांडव राज किया करते थे। और आपको क्या लगता है कि दिल्ली का नाम बदल कर दोबारा से इंद्रप्रस्थ रख देना चाहिए? इस पॉइंट पे आप कमेंट करके जरूर लिखें। अगर आपको ये वीडियो पसंद आया हो तो इसे लाइक करें और अपने दोस्तों के साथ शेयर करें जिनको इतिहास में रुचि है। मैं जल्दी ही मिलता हूं दूसरे वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए जय हिंद।
Hello friends, the big question that we want to address today is that is your mind working for you or against you? This is a very age old question many people have tried to answer, but today we are going to take a deep dive into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is a very ancient document. It's a very ancient manuscript. However, ancient or not, it offers a timeless wisdom for the modern CEOs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, this particular question is beautifully answered in one of the verse which every modern CEO and entrepreneur must hear and see. So let us take the deep dive and try to answer this very profound question, which is about your mind. Let's go.
In the world of business, we are trained to analyze everything. We analyze market trends, competitor strategies, cash flow, and consumer behavior. We spend millions on business intelligence. But there is one piece of intelligence that most leaders completely ignore. And that is one thing that dictates every decision you make, every reaction you have under pressure, and ultimately legacy you leave behind. I am talking about your mind, which is your mind as well as mine. Think about it. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if your mind is clouded by anxiety, ego, or fatigue, that strategy is worthless. Over 7,000 years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, a warrior prince named Arjun faced the ultimate leadership crisis. He was paralyzed by doubts. It was then that Bhagwan Krishna delivered a line that remains the most important psychological insight for any executive today. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 6. It's the difference between a CEO who thrives and one who burns out. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For him who's conquered the mind is the best of the friend. But for one who has failed to do so, his very mind will be the greatest enemy. And this is a quote translated into English. This isn't just a spiritual talk. This is the high level operational reality. When your mind is conquered, it's like having a rogue employee in your C-suite. It creates imaginary problems, fixated on past failures, and reacts with anger when a deadline is missed. It is the voice that tells you to send that angry email at 2 a.m. It's an enemy because it works against your goals. When conquered, the mind becomes your most loyal chief of staff. It stays calm when the market crashes. It sees opportunities when others sees obstacles. It is disciplined, focused, and most importantly, it listens to you. Why is this so hard for leaders? As a CEO, your mind is constantly on. You are bombarded with Prakriti, which is the external material world, data, noise, opinions, and crisis. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the mind, by its very nature, is flickering and turbulent. If you don't actively conquer it, it defaults to a state of reactive survival. The three traits of enemy mind is in business today can be summarized like this. First is impulsivity, making decision based on temporary emotions rather than long-term data. Next is ego attachment, caring more about being right than getting the right result. Third, mental fatigue, the inability to switch off, leading to decision fatigue, the silent killer of the companies. So when your mind is your enemy, you aren't leading your company, you are being led by your impulses. So how do we conquer it? Bhagwan Krishna doesn't suggest we suppress the mind or kill it. He says to win it over. So in Gita, the mind is often compared to the reins of the chariot. If the driver, which can be equated to your intellect, let go of the rein, the horses, which are your senses, so your senses run wild. So in the end, I will like to offer 3 strategic steps for the modern leaders using which they can actually implement this in their professional life. Step 1, observation. Basically the witness mind. Before you can control your mind, you must observe it. In your next board meeting, notice when your enemy mind start to get defensive. Don't act on it, just label it. That is my ego feeling threatened. This creates a gap between the impulse and the action. Step 2, consistent practice. Krishna tells Arjun that the mind is conquered through abhyas, which is constant practice. For a CEO, this means mental discipline, whether it is meditation, deep work blocks, or structured reflections. You must train your mind like a muscle. Step 3, detachment. This is the most misunderstood word in the business. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you are detached from the result. You're focused 100% on the process and the action. When you aren't terrified of the outcome, your enemy mind loses its power over you. Imagine 2 CEOs facing a 20% drop in their revenue. CEO A has unconquered mind. They blame the team, stop sleeping, micromanage everyone, and project fear. The enemy mind is in charge and the company spirals out of control. Now let's go to CEO B. CEO B has conquered mind. They acknowledge the loss, remain calm, gather the team and ask, what is the most important logical next step now? They sleep 7 hours because they know tired mind is a weak mind. Their mind is their best friend, providing them with the resilience needed to pivot when the need arises. So which one of these minds or the CEO you are? Do let me know. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6 is a call to arms. Not a war against others, but a war against your own lower instincts. As a leader, your greatest asset isn't your bank balance or your intellectual property. It is the quality of your consciousness. Your challenge for the week, therefore, is next time when you feel stressed or angry, stop. Ask yourself, in this moment, is my mind being my friend or my enemy? If you want to lead a great company, you must first lead yourself. If you found this integration of ancient wisdom and modern leadership valuable, hit that like button, subscribe for more insights from Gita for the modern world. Conquer your mind and you will conquer the world. So friends, we have come to the end. Before I end this section, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, we all know that the stars, when they run out of their fuel, explodes into a supernova, especially the kind of star which are much larger than sun. They have to be larger than sun in order to become a supernova. However, there are certain stars which don't simply explode. They turn into a hot blowtorch. And this is a very specific phenomena, and to understand this type of supernova we will take a deep dive into high energy astrophysics, and we will examine this phenomena which is known as hotter than hell, also known in scientific term as the fast blue optical transient, and also known as the blue death. What is this phenomena? Let us explore this further.
Friends, in the vacuum of space, color is a liar. We have been taught from childhood that the red means hot and the blue means cool. Think of your kitchen faucet. But in the realm of high energy astrophysics, the universe flipped the script. Red is the color of dying ember, and blue is the color of cosmic blowtorch. But most stars end their lives in a predictable fiery explosion we call supernova. They expand, they glow red or orange, and they fade over months. But recently we have discovered something that defies this particular rule. A class of explosion so fast, so bright, and so intensely blue that they have earned a terrifying nickname, which is fast blue optical transient, or FBOT. So we call them FBOTs. Today we are diving into the hotter than hell physics of blue stellar deaths. We aren't just talking about big explosions, we're talking about the most violent thermal events since the Big Bang. Well friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why a blue death is so significant, we have to talk about Wien displacement law. In simple terms, the hotter an object is, the shorter the wavelength of the light it emits. A standard supernova might reach temperature of 10,000 to 20,000 Kelvin. That put them firmly in the visible white to yellow range. But these blue transient, they are screaming at a temperature exceeding 40,000 Kelvin, and in some cases hitting hundreds of thousands of degrees in their initial movements. When a star dies blue, it is telling that the energy density is off the chart. It is not just emitting light, it is emitting high frequency, high energy photons that sit right on the edge of the ultraviolet and X-ray spectrum. The question is, what kind of star has enough fuel to die this spectacularly? You can't get a blue explosion from a boring star like our sun. For a hotter than hell exit, you need a Wolf-Rayet star. These are the heavyweight of the galaxy. Stars that started out at 20 or 30 times the mass of sun, but has already blown off their outer layers of hydrogen. What is left is naked exposed core of helium, carbon and oxygen burning with a ferocity that is hard to visualize. Because they have lost their cushion of hydrogen, when the core collapses, there is nothing to slow down the shock wave. It is like an engine exploding without a hood. The energy hits the vacuum of space instantly. This lack of an outer envelope is the first ingredient in the recipe for the fast blue optical transient. For a long time, these were just theoretical. Then came a phenomenon known as AT2018 COW, which is cow, AT 2018 cow. Astronomers affectionately called it the cow because of its random letter designation. But there was nothing gentle about it. The cow was 10 to 100 times brighter than the normal supernova, and it reached its peak brightness in just 3 days. A typical supernova takes weeks to ramp up. The cow didn't just explode, it flashed. What shocked scientists most was the blue signature. It stayed hot for far too long. According to the standard physics, it should have cooled down as the debris expanded. Instead, it was as if there was a central engine, a hidden furnace inside the wreckage, pumping out fresh energy and keeping the temperature at a blistering blue hot level. So what is that central engine? Physicists currently have two main theories for how these blue deaths occur. Imagine the core collapse. It is so massive that it skips the explosion phase and goes straight into a black hole. As the rest of the star tries to fall into the black hole, it creates a massive traffic jam called accretion disk. This disk spins so fast and gets so hot, it launches a jet of plasma through the star's, whatever the star remains, and nearly at the speed of light. That jet is blue light we see. In this version, the core collapses into a magnetar, a neutron star with a magnetic field trillion times stronger than the Earth's, spinning 100 of time per second. This magnetic whirling injects a colossal amount of kinetic energy into the explosion, acting like a cosmic microwave that keeps the debris cloud at blue hot temperature. So why do we spend millions of dollars on these expensive telescopes to find these blue blips? Because they are the laboratories of the extreme. FPOTs allow us to watch the birth of black holes and magnetars in real time. Usually we find these objects millions of years after they were formed. With blue stellar death, we are seeing the first cry of a new celestial monster. They also act as the cosmic flashlights because they are so bright. They illuminate the gas and dust in distant galaxies, helping us map the cosmic web that holds the universe together. Every time we catch a blue flash, we are refining our understanding of how matter behaves under the most extreme gravity and heat possible. The universe is a violent place, but there is a strange beauty in its destruction. A blue stellar death is the ultimate paradox. A star that has run out of life yet shines with more intensity than billion suns combined. It's a final defiant scream across the vacuum. Next time, when you look up at a clear night sky, remember that twinkling white stars are just the beginning. Out there in the deep dark, something is turning blue, breaking the laws of physics and providing that something truly are hotter than hell. So, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this deep dive into physics of the cosmos, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Until next time, keep looking up. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
twilight chambers of bat caves, science listens to the whispers carried on wings. Each flutter is more than a movement, it is a messenger of hidden viral world evolving in silence yet capable of reshaping human history. These caves are ecological crossroads where bats, viruses, and environment is intertwined in a delicate balance. Deep inside the humid darkness of Bat Cave, science finds a living lab where the ecology, virology, and human destiny intersects. Bats, with their extraordinary diversity and a global distribution, are reservoir of countless viruses, many harmless within their host, but some with the potential to leap across the species boundaries. The study of virus ecology in these caves is not simply an exercise in curiosity, it is a frontline defense against the next pandemic. Researchers entering these caves are greeted by a symphony of wings and echoes, but beneath the spectacle lies a complex web of interactions. Viruses circulate among bat population through social grooming, shared routes, and feeding habits. Each colony becomes a microcosm of viral exchange, and where the genetic material mutates, recombines, and occasionally acquired the trace that makes cross-species infection possible. By observing these dynamics, scientists gained predictive insight into zoonotic spillover, the moment when the pathogen jumps from animals to humans. And these recent fieldwork has revealed that spillover risk is not random. It is shaped by ecological pressures, food scarcity, or maybe driving bats closer to human settlement, seasonal migration, concentration of the population, and environmental stress, weakening the immune defenses. So in these caves, near agricultural zone, bats often we find them in fruit orchids and leaving salivas, droppings that can actually contaminate the produce. So such ecological bridges create pathways for virus to escape from their natural host. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us in determining the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this interesting topic, the bat cave thus become a metaphor for a porous boundary between wilder habitat and the civilization. By squeezing viral genomes and collecting them from the salivas and other material which is like droppings, scientists can map evolutionary trajectories, and identifying which strain show sign of adapting to mammalian cells beyond bats. So these molecular fingerprints act as warning signals, allowing public health agencies to monitor the hot spots before outbreak occurs. So equally important are the behavioral observations. Like high definition footage of bat feeding, clustering, and interacting with other species reveals how viral transmission is facilitated. So in one study, the camera captures bats feasting alongside with the primates and rodent, creating a shared ecological niche where the pathogen could easily cross species line. And such insight underscores that the spillover is not merely a biological event but an ecological one woven into a fabric of shared habitat. The implication definitely ripple outward. So understand a virus ecology in bat's cave informed the predictive model that integrates climate change and deforestations and urban expansion, which is definitely on high at the moment. Now, as forests shrink, the caves are disturbed. Bats are forced into a closer contact with human, amplifying the risk. So by stimulating these scenarios, scientists can forecast where and when spillover is most likely and guiding surveillance and intervention strategies. They can work on that, these kind of strategies. Yet, the narratives is not one of the fear alone. So, bats are vital pollinators, you know that, and insect controllers. So essential to, definitely essential to ecosystem. Now, when we demonize them and would be counterproductive. So instead, the lesson from the virus ecology is balance. Protecting bat habitats reduce stress on population, thereby lowering the viral shedding and minimizing the human exposure. So conservation becomes a form of public health. So in a broader arc of science, the bat caves is a reminder that pandemic are ecological phenomena before they are medical. They become actually a medical crisis. So by listening to these whispers of wings in the dark, humanity gains foresight into the invisible currents of viral evolution. The caves teaches us that the vigilance must be ecological and behavioral all at once. So thus the study of virus ecology is in the bat's cave is not confined to academic genres. It is a story of anticipation, resilience and interconnectionness. Now these insight helps predict zoonotics spillover risk, offering humanity a chance to act before the next leap occurs. So in the shadow of the caves, science illuminates pathway to of prevention and turning potential catastrophe into knowledge and knowledge into preparedness. From the echoes in the dark to insight in the lab, the bat caves teaches vigilance. So, and protecting habitats, decoding viral patterns, and respecting the ecological balance are not just act of science; they are act of survival. Now, the bat cave, once seen as a mysterious refuge of night, now stands revealed or as a vital classroom for humanity. Now, within these shadows, viruses evolve, adapt, and remind us of the fragile thread that binds ecosystem together. So by decoding these hidden exchanges, the scientists are not merely studying the bats, they are safeguarding the future of human health. The lesson is very clear. Pandemics are born at the intersection of ecology and society, and the prevention begins with the understanding. Protecting habitats, respecting biodiversity, and listening to the signals of nature are the act of foresight. So in the quiet echoes of caves, we find both warning and wisdom. An urgent call to balance our relationship with the natural world before the next leap occurs. So we would look forward your comments, what you think about this subject. And we have come to the end. Thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel. See you in the next one. But before we end this video, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video.
If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Before the robotic arms and AI entered the operation theatre, a healer in ancient India was already reshaping the future of medicine. Sushruta, the legendary father of surgery, carved his legacy not with the medicines but with wisdom, precision, and compassion. In Sushruta Samhita, he described rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and anatomy with astonishing details. centuries ahead of his time. And in today 2026, as medicine balance in innovation with ethics, his voice echoes across the millennia. Let's find out more about him. In the annals of medical history, few names shines as bright as Sushruta, the ancient Indian physician whose vision and practice earned him the title of Father of Surgery. So, living around the 6th century BCE in Kashi, the modern Varanasi, Sushruta was more than a healer. He was teacher, he was philosopher and innovator who believed medicine was a sacred duty rooted in compassion and discipline. His legacy, preserved in Sushruta Samhita, continues to resonate even in 2026 as the world seeks balance between cutting edge technology and holistic care. Sushruta Samhita is monumental text spanning 186 chapters covering surgery, anatomy, pharmacy and pediatrics, toxicology and prevention medicines. Within its page, Sushruta described surgical techniques that astonish modern readers also, like rhinoplasty using skin flaps, cataract surgeries by lens removal, and lithotomy for bladder stones and obesities, a procedure to save mothers, especially in critical conditions. He catalogs over 300 bones, 700 vessels, and a wide array of surgical instruments. So, demonstrating a mastery of anatomy that was centuries ahead of its time. His insistence on hygiene, diets and lifestyle as pillar of health foreshadows even the modern preventive medicines. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on this wonderful topic, Sushruta's contribution was not merely technical. He emphasized on ethics, compassion, and the morality of responsibilities of physicians. So in an age where the artificial intelligence and robotics are entering in operating rooms, his reminder that the healing is both science and art, and that feels especially both the things combination and the field definitely you will also agree is very urgent even in 2026. Technology may enhance precision, but the human touch, empathy, respect, and ethical judgment remains irreplaceable. In 2026, Sushruta's relevance is striking. As reconstructive surgery advances, his pioneer in rhinoplasty techniques are recognized as a procedure to modern plastic surgery. As integrative medicines gains traction, his holistic approach, combining such surgery with Ayurveda, diets, and lifestyle, offers a model for sustainable healthcare. And as a global health system grapples with the pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas, his vision of medicines as moral duty provides timeless guidance. So, Sushruta's life reminds us that innovation is not only about inventions but about foresight. He anticipated the need for structured surgical training, insisting that students practice on watermelon or animal carcasses before operating on human. As a principle, echoes even today's medical simulations. He saw the physician not as a technician, but as a custodian of life, entrusted with both skill and conscience. So in 2026, Sushruta's voice echoes across millennia. His cave of knowledge, like that of Bat Cave of virus ecology, teaches vigilance and balance. He reminds us that the medicine must evolve and serve the humanity, and the healing is a dialogue between tradition and innovation. His contribution is not a relic of past, but a living lesson for the future. So definitely, and this is something, his legacy is not definitely we should read, we should appreciate, and we should also follow the footstep what he has put across for human development, human health development. So his legacy, as I said, is not definitely a relic. It's a living compass pointing us towards future where the healing is both precise and compassion. So we have come to end of this interesting topic. I will request you to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this live video, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. It is officially happening now. After months of intense speculation, Space has filed its S1 prospectus with the SEC, setting the stage for what is projected to be the largest initial public offering, which is also known as IPO, in the history of mankind. With a target valuation of up to 1.75 trillion, Elon Musk's space giant is ready to hit the Nasdaq under the ticker symbol SPCX. In this video, therefore, we break down everything you need to know about the upcoming SpaceX IPO, including the critical dates you need to mark on your calendar and how retail investors can potentially participate. Let's go. For years, it was just a rumor, a what-if conversation on the message boards. But today, the conversation is over. SpaceX has finally filed its S1 prospectus with the SEC, and we are witnessing what is arguably the most significant capital market event of the decade. We're talking about a company that has already changed the physics of rockets and space travel, now aiming for a 1.75 trillion valuation on the Nasdaq. I'm talking about the SpaceX IPO, and the ticker symbol is SPCX.
and this is expected to hit the market as early as June 12th, 2026. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For a long time, Elon Musk was adamant SpaceX would stay private until we had a stable, functioning Mars colony. So what changed? The scale of ambition. Basically, SpaceX isn't just launching rockets anymore. It's an integrated powerhouse. Following the merger with xAI, the company is positioning itself as the backbone of space-based AI infrastructure. With a planned roadshow kicking off around June 4th, the company is looking to raise up to $75 billion to fuel its next phase of growth. So when you buy SPCX on the Nasdaq market, you aren't just buying rockets, you're buying a massive interconnected portfolio. What this portfolio contains? First, the Starlink, which is the crown jewel. It's profitable and currently drive massive chunk of company's revenue. Next, launch services, dominating the global market with securing crucial government and defense contract. Basically, if anybody has to send their spacecraft or satellite to space, SpaceX is one of the best viable option. Third is the Starship itself, the key to lowering cost and enabling future Moon and Mars mission. Therefore, Starship is a major product line from SpaceX. And lastly, the xAI integration, adding a layer of artificial intelligence that aims to build data centers in space. It isn't all smooth sailing. There is significant controversy regarding the governance structure. Reports indicate a dual class share structure where Class B shares, mostly held by Musk and the insiders, carry 10 votes per share, while the public Class A shares carry only 1 vote. The institutional investors have already voiced concerns about this level of concentration, noting that Musk will retain roughly 79% of the voting power. Add in the challenge of Musk juggling Tesla, X, Neuralink and xAI, and you have some serious questions about where his focus truly lies. If you are a retail investor, this is what you have been waiting for. With the Nasdaq listing, direct exposure to the space economy is finally within reach. However, proceed with caution. IPOs, especially one with much hype, are notoriously volatile. Analysts are warning that you should look past the Musk factor and dive deep into their financials. Are you paying for the current reality, or are you paying for the next 20 years of projected growth? I mean, that's a very important question that every investor must contemplate. The countdown is officially on. Whether this becomes the IPO of the century or the cautionary tale, one thing is certain: the way we view the space, data and the stock market is about to change forever. Keep an eye on the June 12th date, and as always, do your own due diligence before jumping into the stratosphere. My name is CK, and I will see you very soon in the next deep dive. Before I go today, however, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base. which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, did you know that NASA is officially moving beyond the chemical rockets? In this video, we dive deep into the revolutionary nuclear thermal propulsion (NTP) technology that is set to slash travel time to red planet. Imagine a future where Mars isn't a grueling 7 months journey, but a weekend trip in comparison to everything we have known about the space exploration. Let us explore this further. So for 60 years, we have been stuck. Every time we look at Mars, we are staring at a 7 to 9 months commute between Earth and Mars. That isn't just a long time, it is dangerous time. Every day, every day in deep space is another day of the cosmic radiation, muscle atrophy, and the psychological toll of the isolation. But what if we could break that speed limit of space travel? What if we could treat the journey to the red planet not in months, not in years, but in few days, right? Like a weekend trip in comparison to the current tech. NASA has just officially crossed the Rubicon with the announcement of SR-1 Freedom and a roadmap of 2028. The era of chemical rocket is ending. Today we are looking at the nuclear engine that are finally turning science fiction into an interplanetary reality. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, moving on. To understand the future, we have to look at why we cannot reach at this point in time, and currently why it is slow. Our best rockets today are chemical combustion. We all know that liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. They are very powerful, but they are incredibly inefficient. Think of it like this. A chemical rocket is like a high performance dragster. It's a massive oomph at the start, but it burns through its fuel in minutes. Once you are in orbit, you are basically a glider. By switching to nuclear, we aren't just adding more fuel, we are doubling the energy we get out of every gram of the propellant. So how does a nuclear engine actually works? Unlike the nuclear power in a plant on Earth basically that makes electricity, a nuclear thermal rocket NTR is much more direct, and it has several components starting with core. We have a compact fission reactor using high assay low enriched uranium, right? And it then create energy, which then send it to the nozzle, etc. And therefore we have to talk about the propellant. We pump the liquid hydrogen through the white hot core reactor, and then it basically comes out of the other side at very high speed. So now we have to talk about expansion. In less than a second, the hydrogen goes from minus 420 degrees Fahrenheit to 5000 degrees Fahrenheit, which then creates a huge thrust. So now let's talk about this thrust. The superheated gas screams out of the nozzle at a speed no chemical fire could ever reach. This is the holy grail of the propulsion. It gives us the high thrust of a rocket with a very long-term efficiency of an electric drive. We are currently in the pivotal year. As of April 2026, the design is right now on the drawing table. However, there is a roadmap, and that is June 2026. The final hardware development begins, and the mission will be SR-1. It's a design as a nuclear electric hybrid. It uses the reactor to generate massive amount of electricity, powering high efficiency thruster to basically increase the speed and it can run for months. It can go for very long time. And what is the goal? The goal is a direct Mars mission capability by 2028. This isn't just a lab experiment anymore. We are building the flight hardware right now. So when we say weekend trip, we are talking about relative transit time. By cutting the journey to Mars from 250 days down to 100 or even 60 days, we solve the two biggest threats to human life. Number one is radiation. Less time spent in the void, which is open space, lower the dose of the solar particles or any cosmic radiation. Number two is the abort capability. Nuclear engines allow us to turn around or change course. Well, in a chemical rocket, once you are on your path, you are committed. Nuclear gives the pilot a steering wheel. Our multi-planetary future, which is to the stars, will have, will always remain a dream if we do not have faster mode of transport. We just don't have the engine to reach them. Why, right? So if we want to go to other worlds, other stars, we need faster mode of transport. So with the breakthrough that we are going to see in 2026, the gap between Earth and Mars is finally closing. We are no longer limited by how much fire we can make. We are now limited only by our ambition to explore. So friends, we have come to the end of our discussion today. My name is CK and you are watching Akulmach. And if you want to stay on the cutting edge of the Artemis era and the nuclear revolution, hit that subscribe button. And the future is arriving faster than you think. So before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Ever wondered why you possesses a specific personality trait, strength, and struggles that defines you? In this video, we dive into the profound wisdom as guided by Bhagavad Gita. There are several shlok, but we will actually examine one of the shlok which unveils the source code of human existence, explaining that every quality we see in humanity, from intelligence, knowledge, and courage to fear, sorrow, and even infamy, originates from a single divine source. By exploring this ancient perspective, you will gain a new understanding of the nature of the universe and your place within the grand designs. We break down the complex list of qualities mentioned in the verse and discuss how realizing their origin can help you cultivate inner peace, equanimity, and self-awareness in your daily life. Let's go. Have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, why am I this way?
Why do you feel intense joy one day and profound sorrow the very next day? Why do you have the courage to face a challenge yet feel paralyzed by a sudden, irrational fear? We often think our personality is just a random collection of habits and experience. But what if there was a blueprint? What if the entire spectrum of human experience, the light and the shadow, the brilliance and the failures, wasn't just you, but a reflection of the very nature of the universe? Today we are decoding one of the most profound words in the ancient wisdom, which is Bhagavad Gita, chapter 10, verse 5. It is quite literally the source code of human existence. So in chapter 10, Bhagwan Krishna is revealing his vibhuti, his divine manifestation. He is explaining that he is not just a distant force, but the active underlying reality behind everything we perceive. The verse reads like this, and the quote starts: intelligence, knowledge, clarity of thoughts, forgiveness, truthfulness, sense control, mind control, joy, sorrow, birth, death, fear, courage, non-violence, equanimity, contentment, austerity, charity, fame, and infamy. These diverse quality of living beings are created by me alone. And the quote close. So when you look at this list, you'll see a paradox. Most spiritual teaching tells you to seek joy and avoid sorrow. But here Bhagwan Krishna says both come from the same source. This is a massive shift in perspective. It suggests that your entire emotional and psychological landscape is not an accident. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's break this down. Bhagwan Krishna lists 20 qualities. Think of these as the primary color of the human consciousness. The intellectual cluster. Let's start with this. The intelligence, knowledge, clarity. These are the tools we use to navigate the material world. Next is the moral cluster, which is forgiveness, truthfulness, non-violence. These are the traits of stabilized society. Next is the emotional duality cluster. This is the most fascinating part. Joy and sorrow, birth and death, fear and courage, fame and infamy. We would, why would their divine claim to be the source of infamy or fear? This is the crux of the hidden blueprint. The universe is a playground of duality. You cannot understand the concept of courage if you have never experienced fear. You cannot appreciate joy without the contrast of sorrow. By acknowledging that all these states arise from the same divine source, you stop labeling your emotions as good or bad. Instead, you begin to see them as weather patterns of the soul. They are transient state that passes through the framework of your being. So, how do we, use this? If you are having a bad day, if you are feeling sorrow, fear, or lack of contentment, don't panic. According to this verse, those feelings are not wrong. They are part of the spectrum of the human experience, and that is allowed to exist as well. The secret is to move from being the experiencer to the observer. When you realize that your intelligence and your fear both come from the same ultimate source, you create a gap. In that gap, you find peace. You stop fighting your own mind. You start accepting the full, vibrant, and messy spectrum of the human life as it is, rather than how you wish to wear it, right? Now, this is the ultimate form of mind control, not suppressing the emotion, but recognizing its source. You're not just your thoughts, and you're not just your emotions. You are the canvas upon which these 20 qualities are painted. Understanding this blueprint changes how you interact with the world. You become more forgiving because you understand that everyone else is also playing out these same qualities. You become more equanimous because you now know that every high and every low is just a part of a grand design. And friends, I want you to think about the quality from that list today. Just one of them, maybe one you have been struggling with. How does your perspective changes if you see it in not as a flaw, but as a thread in the blueprint of your existence? So do let me know if you have any questions. We can discuss this further as well on one-on-one basis. All right, friends. So we have come to the end. Before I close this live stream, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. The National Stock Exchange, also known as NSE, has officially filed its draft for red herring prospectus for a massive 30 billion IPO. In this video, we break down what this historic move means for the Indian stock market, why industry giants like SBI are offloading their stakes, and what investors need to know before this listing becomes available for general public. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine a company that sits at the very heart of the Indian economy. It doesn't build cars, it builds stock markets. It doesn't sell consumer goods. It doesn't run factories, but every single day millions of people trust it with their life savings. That company is the National Stock Exchange, the NSC. After decades of waiting, regulatory battles, and massive anticipation, it is finally happening. On June 17, 2026, the NSE officially filed its draft red herring prospectus. We are looking at a potential 30,000 crore IPO valuing this financial giant at over 5 lakh crores. So friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. This isn't just an IPO, it is the biggest financial event of the year in India. Today we are going deep into the DRHP to find what is actually happening, why SBI and other giants are cashing out, and what this means for your portfolio. Well, it is the historic first. Let's put the numbers in perspective. This IPO is expected to be the largest in Indian history, surpassing the massive listing of the Hyundai Motor India and even the LIC. But here is the catch. It's a 100% offer for sale, OFS. That means no fresh money is going into the exchange to build new tech or expand offices. Instead, it's all about existing shareholders offloading their stakes. We are talking about 14.89 crore share hitting the market. Investors are effectively buying into the infrastructure of Indian wealth, not a startup chasing growth. Why are the big players like SBI selling off their stakes now? SBI, along with other state-owned giants, is positioning to offload millions of shares. Some of these institutions bought in years ago at incredibly low price. In some cases, for less than a rupee per share. with an expected IPO price potentially be in thousands, we are talking about a massive wealth unlocking for these long-term holders. But it is not just SBI. The list of seller is a who's who of the global and domestic finances, including CPPIB, Tamasak linked entities, and the various insurance companies. It's a strategic reshuffle allowing these institutions to book profits after years of holding on. Now, don't let the $30 billion evaluation blind you. There are two sides of this coin. The NSC is a near monopoly, handling roughly 93% of the cash market turnover and 99.8% of the equity futures. That dominant position generates massive profits, over 10,000 crore in net profit for financial year 2026. However, the regulator, which is SEBI, has been keeping a close watch. Issues like the co-location cases have haunted the exchange for years. Furthermore, SEBI is actively trying to cool down the retail frenzy in the derivative market, which ironically is where the huge chunk of the NSE's revenue comes from. Buying this stock means betting that exchange can continue to thrive even as a regulator tightens the rules on very product that derives its earning. So is this a bargain? Right now, shares are trading in the unlisted market at roughly rupees 2000 to 2050. Analysts are cautious. The actual valuation will depend on the final price, which is a band going to be set after the regulatory review. For long-term investors, the NSE is a proxy for the growth of Indian capital market. But for short-term traders, the priced in hype is something to watch closely. The NSE IPO isn't just a stock listing. It is a milestone in India's financial journey. Whether you plan to subscribe or just watch from the sideline, this is a story that will define the market mood for rest of 2026. So friends, what do you think? Is a 5 lakh crore valuation justified, or is the market getting ahead of itself? Let me know in the comments below, and if you have found this deep dive helpful, hit that subscribe button. We'll be covering the price band and the final allotment dates as soon as they are dropped. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one.
भारतीय इतिहास की धारा में कई योद्धा आए और गए, पर कुछ नाम ऐसे हैं जो सदियों तक गूंजते रहते हैं। फरीद खान, एक साधारण अफगान सरदार का बेटा, जिसने अपनी योग्यता और साहस से दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की और शेर शाह सूरी कहलाया। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता की नहीं है, बल्कि दूरदर्शिता की, प्रशासनिक सुधार की और अदम्य संकल्प की है। चलिए और जानते हैं इनके बारे में। और भारतीय इतिहास में कई ऐसे शासक हुए जिन्होंने अपनी योग्यता और दूरदर्शिता से समय समय पर इतिहास की और समय की धारा बदली। उनमें से एक नाम है फरीद खान, जो आगे चलकर शेर शाह सूरी के नाम से प्रसिद्ध हुए। उनकी कहानी केवल सत्ता प्राप्ति की नहीं है, बल्कि प्रशासनिक कौशल और न्याय प्रियता की है। फरीद खान का जन्म अफगान सरदार हसन खान सूर के घर बिहार के सासाराम में हुआ। बचपन से ही उनमें नेतृत्व की क्षमता और शिक्षा की प्रति लगाव था। उन्होंने जौनपुर में शिक्षा प्राप्त की और वहीं से प्रशासनिक ज्ञान अर्जित किया। युवा अवस्था में ही अपने पिता की जागीरों का प्रबंधन संभाला। उनकी दक्षता और न्यायप्रियता ने उन्हें जनता में लोकप्रिय बना दिया। कहा जाता है कि एक बार उन्होंने अकेले ही शेर का सामना कर उसे मार गिराया और तभी से लोग उन्हें शेर खान के नाम से बुलाने लगे। समय के साथ उन्होंने अपनी शक्ति बढ़ाई, बंगाल पर अधिकार किया। 1539 में चौसा की लड़ाई और 1540 में कन्नौज की लड़ाई में उन्होंने मुगल सम्राट हुमायूं को परास्त कर दिल्ली की गद्दी हासिल की। यहीं से उनकी पहचान बनी शेर शाह सूरी। सूर
साम्राज्य का संस्थापक। उनका शासन काल केवल 5 वर्षों तक था, यानी कि 1540 से लेकर 1545 तक। और लेकिन इन 5 वर्षों में उन्होंने ऐसे सुधार किए जिनकी गूंज आज भी सुनाई देती है। और आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे कि अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो कृपा करके बताइए कि आप किस शहर से जुड़े हैं हमसे, किस भाषा में आप इस वीडियो को देख रहे हैं। इससे हमारे चैनल की पहुंच को समझने में हमें मदद मिलेगी। और अब चलिए आगे चलते हैं, चर्चा की को और आगे बढ़ाते हैं। उन्होंने यानी कि शेर शाह सूरी ने रुपये नामक स्थायी मुद्रा की शुरुआत की, जो आगे चलकर भारतीय अर्थव्यवस्था की रीढ़ बनी। उन्होंने ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार किया, जो बंगाल से अफगानिस्तान तक फैली और व्यापार और संचार का मुख्य मार्ग बनी। उन्होंने डाक व्यवस्था की भी संगठित किया, डाक व्यवस्था भी चलाई और प्रशासनिक ढांचे को मजबूत किया। कर व्यवस्था में सुधार कर किसानों और व्यापारियों को राहत दी। 1545 में कलिंजर की किले की घेराबंदी के दौरान उनकी मृत्यु हो गई, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां और उनका सुधार इतने प्रभावी थे कि बाद में मुगल सम्राट अकबर ने भी उनसे प्रेरणा ली। शेर शाह सूरी का शासन केवल 5 वर्ष तक चला, लेकिन उनकी नीतियां इतनी प्रभावी थी कि बाद में और लोग, मतलब जो अकबर थे, उन्होंने तो उनसे प्रेरणा ली, बट आगे चल के कई सारे जो एस्पेक्ट्स थे उनकी जो उन्होंने नीतियों के, उसको लोगों ने और शासकों ने अपनाया। अगर कहा जाए कि हालांकि 5 वर्ष का उनका शासन था, बट उनकी विरासत आज भी जीवित है। फरीद खान ने शेर शाह सूरी बनने की ये जो यात्रा है, जो हमें सिखाती है कि साहस, दूरदर्शिता और न्यायप्रियता से कोई भी व्यक्ति इतिहास की धारा बदल सकता है। वे केवल एक विजेता नहीं थे, बल्कि एक महान प्रशासक और दूरदर्शी शासक थे, जिनकी नीतियां भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की नींव में आज भी गूंजती हैं। फरीद खान का शेर शाह सूरी बनने का जो रास्ता है, वो केवल सत्ता परिवर्तन की कहानी नहीं बताता, बल्कि वे भारतीय इतिहास में दूरदर्शिता, प्रशासनिक कौशल का अद्वितीय उदाहरण है। उन्होंने अल्पकालीन शासक में ही ऐसी नीतियां लागू की जिनकी गूंज आज और आगे भी सदियों तक सुनाई देती रहेंगी, चाहे वो रुपया का स्थायी मुद्रा हो, या ग्रैंड ट्रंक रोड का विस्तार हो, या व्यवस्था में सुधार हो। उनकी गाथा हमें ये सिखाती है कि साहस और संकल्प से हर चीज प्राप्त की जा सकती है। व्यक्ति अपनी पहचान बदल सकता है और इतिहास की धारा को नई दिशा दे सकता है। तो आगे बढ़ने से पहले आपको बता दूं कि शेर शाह सूरी ने डेफिनेटली ये साबित किया कि एक शासक की महानता केवल युद्ध जीतने में नहीं है, बल्कि जनता के जीवन को सरल और सुनिश्चित बनाने में है, जनता के हृदय में अपना स्थान बनाने में है। और शेर शाह सूरी की जो यात्रा है, भारतीय उपमहाद्वीप की एक विरासत का हिस्सा है, जो आज भी हमें प्रेरणा देता है कि नेतृत्व का असली अर्थ न्याय, दूरदर्शिता और जन कल्याण में ही निहित है। अब हम अपनी चर्चा के अंतिम पड़ाव पर पहुंच चुके हैं। कृपा करके हमारे चैनल को लाइक और सब्सक्राइब कीजिए। और अब इस विषय पर अगर आप कुछ अपने कमेंट्स साझा करना चाहते हैं तो यू आर मोस्ट वेलकम। और फिर आपसे दोबारा मुलाकात होगी बहुत जल्द। तब तक के लिए विदा, नमस्कार।
Hello friends and Namaskaram. Oil India Limited has officially reported that there is a presence of natural gas in the Andaman offshore basin, a major milestone in the India's quest for energy security. Therefore, in this video, we break down what this discovery means for India's energy future, the significance of the Samudra Manthan mission, and whether the Andaman region could become a game changer for the domestic fuel production. Let's go. Hello everyone, I am CK and welcome back to Akulmach Business. Today we are looking at the recent development that could fundamentally reshape India's energy landscape. For years, the geologists have pointed towards the Andaman Basin as a hidden treasure chest. Well, the wait might be over. State-run Oil India Limited has just reported a significant natural gas discovery in the Andaman offshore region. This isn't just a minor finding, it's being hailed as the ocean of energy opportunity. Today we are going to look at the Sri Vijayapuram 3 well. It's a well basically deep in the ocean near the Andamans, and why this matters for your energy bill and how this fits into India's broader Samudra Manthan mission. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's get into the technicals. Oil India drilled the Sri Vijayapuram 3, an exploratory well about 15 kilometers off the east coast of Andaman Islands. At a water depth of 355 meters, they reached the Econ formation at over 1900 meters deep. What is the result? The result is continuous gas flaring during the initial production testing. This is the smoking gun of the oil and gas world. It confirms that the reservoir isn't just a theory, it's an active working petroleum system. Remarkably, this is is the second positive find of just 3 exploratory well drilled at the specific campaign. The odds are looking better than ever. So the big question is, why now? This discovery is a direct outcome of the Samudra Manthan mission, the National Deep Water Exploration Mission announced by Prime Minister Mr. Narendra Modi on the Independence Day in 2025. The goal is very clear: to move beyond shallow water and unlock the true hydrocarbon potential of India, which is deep water offshore basins. Oil India isn't going at this alone. They are building a strategy to coordinate with global deep water heavyweights. Think of names like Petrobras, Total Energies, BP, Shell, and ExxonMobil. This is about to bring the world-class technology to our own backyard, and this is our own Guyana movement. You might remember how massive offshore discovery transformed Guyana's economy. While we aren't there yet, the comparison is being made for a reason. Strategically, the Andaman and Nicobar Islands are sitting right next to the Strait of Malacca, one of the world's most critical maritime trade and energy corridors. Beyond just finding gas, establishing a thriving energy industry here strengthened India's economy and strategic presence in the eastern Indian Ocean. It's about energy resilience in a world where supply chains are becoming increasingly volatile. Now, a reality check for our viewers. We are in the discovery phase, not in the production phase. Oil India is currently collecting samples to assess composition, calorific values, and isotopic signatures to understand exactly how this gas was formed. The next steps involve extensive appraisal drilling to determine if there are reserves and the reserves hold enough material so that drilling is commercially viable. It is a long road, but with the consecutive discoveries, the confidence in this basin is growing by the day. India imports about 85% of its crude oil as well as the gas. The massive chunk of the natural gas also comes from the oil producing nations, which is OPEC countries. Every bit of domestic production helps protecting us from the global price shock. It's a great news. So friends, if you are enthusiastic about knowing more, please drop a comment and I will catch you again in the next one.
Before the robotic arms and the AI entered the operation theatre, a healer in ancient India was already reshaping the future of medicine. Sushruta, the legendary father of surgery, carved his legacy not with the medicines, but with wisdom, precision, and compassion. In Sushruta Samhita, he described rhinoplasty, cataract surgery, and anatomy with astonishing details. Centuries ahead of his time, and in today 2026, as medicine balance in innovation with ethics, his voice echoes across the millennia. Let's find out more about him. In the annals of medical history, few names shines as bright as Sushruta, the ancient Indian physician whose vision and practice earned him the title of Father of Surgery. So, living around the 6th century BCE in Kashi, the modern Varanasi, Sushruta was more than a healer. He was teacher, he was philosopher and innovator who believed medicine was a sacred duty rooted in compassion and discipline. His legacy, preserved in Sushruta Samhita, continues to resonate even in 2026 as the world seeks balance between cutting-edge technology and holistic care. Sushruta Samhita is monumental text spanning 186 chapters covering surgery, anatomy, pharmacy and pediatrics, taxology and prevention medicines. Within its page, Sushruta described surgical techniques that astonish modern readers also, like rhinoplasty using skin flaps, cataract surgeries by lens removal, and lithotomy for bladder stones and obesities, a procedure to save mothers, especially in critical conditions. He catalogs over 300 bones, 700 vessels, and a wide array of surgical instruments. So, demonstrating a mastery of anatomy that was centuries ahead of its time. His insistence on hygiene, diets and lifestyle as pillar of health foreshadows even the modern preventive medicines. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward on this wonderful topic, Sushruta's contribution was not merely technical. He emphasized on ethics, compassion, and the morality of responsibilities of physicians. So in an age where the artificial intelligence and robotics are entering in operating rooms, his reminder that the healing is both science and art, and that feels especially both the things combination and the field definitely you will also agree is very urgent even in 2026. Technology may enhance precision, but the human touch, empathy, respect, and ethical judgment remains irreplaceable. In 2026, Sushruta's relevance is striking. As reconstructive surgery advances, his pioneer in rhinoplasty techniques are recognized as a procedure to modern plastic surgery. As integrative medicines gains traction, his holistic approach, combining such surgery with Ayurveda, diets, and lifestyle, offers a model for sustainable healthcare. And as a global health system grapples with the pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas, his vision of medicines as moral duty provides timeless guidance. So, Sushruta's life reminds us that innovation is not only about inventions but about foresight. He anticipated the need for structured surgical training, insisting that students practice on watermelon or animal carcasses before operating on human. As a principle, echoes even today's medical simulations. He saw the physician not as a technician but as a custodian of life, entrusted with both skill and conscience. So in 2026, Sushruta's voice echoes across millennia. His cave of knowledge, like that of a bat cave of virus ecology, teaches vigilance and balance. He reminds us that the medicine must evolve and serve the humanity, and the healing is a dialogue between tradition and innovation. His contribution is not a relic of past, but a living lesson for the future. So definitely, and this is something, his legacy is not definitely we should read, we should appreciate, and we should also follow the footstep what he has put across for human development, human health development. So his legacy, as I said, is not definitely a relic. It's a living compass pointing us towards future where the healing is both precise and compassion. So we have come to end of this interesting topic. I will request you to like and subscribe our channel and look forward for your comments on this topic. See you in the next one. But before we end this live video, a few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, can ancient wisdom solve the modern leadership crisis? In this executive training session, we dive deep into the Bhagavad Gita to explore the concept of transcendent leadership. The true leadership excellence isn't just about strategy, it's about being. Learn how to cultivate the vision of equality, a state of equanimity where decisions are made free from personal bias, ego, and favoritism. By mastering the divine impartiality, C-suite leaders can conquer the cycle of reactive management and establish a culture of trust, innovation, and sustainable success. Let us explore this further. In the modern C-suite, we are taught to be decisive. We are taught to be analytical. But how often are we taught to be equal? Every day, you face a storm of preferences. You have favorite projects, difficult stakeholders, and team members who either mirror your energy or drain it. This is the cycle of the corporate life. The constant swing between liking and disliking, winning and losing. But what if there are a third way? A way to lead from place so stable that the market volatility cannot shake your inner clarity. 7,000 years ago, Bhagavad Gita identified this state in chapter 5, verse 19, and it says, quote starts, "Even here in this world, they have conquered creation. Those whose minds are established in equality, since the eternal is defect-free and equal, they are established in the eternal." Quote close. Today we call this transcendent leadership. Now friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel, and also I will know who is watching and who is not. The words mention two critical words: equality and impartiality. In business context, impartiality is often taken for being cold or indifferent. That is a misconception. Divine impartiality is not about caring less, it's about seeing more. Most leaders see through a lens of utility. They ask, how is this person useful to me right now? This creates a fragmented organization built on transactional relationship. The transcendent leader, however, sees the eternal in everyone. They recognize that every employee, from the intern to the CFO, is a manifestation of the same underlying potential. When you lead with this vision, you stop reacting to people's personality and start responding to their potential. By being defect free like the eternal, you remove the defects of leadership and also remove biases, nepotism, and ego driven anger. You become the steady point in a turning world. The words claim these leaders have conquered creation. In the boardroom, creation is the project, the product launch, or the quarterly earnings. We usually live in a cycle of various things, starting with attachments, whether this project succeed or if not, then I will not feel successful, right? Next is fear. What if we fail? Third is reaction, micromanagement, or blame somebody else. So transcendental leadership breaks the cycle. When your mind is established in equality, you realize that your worth is not tied to the birth of a success or the death of the failure. Think about most respected leaders that you know, right? They are the ones who stay calm when the stock price drops and stay humble when it soars. They conquered their emotional cycles of the workplace. They are the transcendental leaders. They are actually living on a transcendental situation. They operate from a higher frequency where they can see the solution while everyone else is still panicked by the problem. So friends, how do you apply the verse 5.19 tomorrow morning? And I would like to suggest 3 pillars for you to basically implement this theory in practice, starting with 360-degree human view. That is the first thing that you need to change in your personality. So next time you are in a meeting, consciously look at the person you disagree with most. Remind yourself that their core essence is no different from yours. This doesn't mean that you agree with their strategy. It means you respect their presence. This dissolves hostility and opens the door to genuine negotiations. Second, decision making in the gap. So, that is the second change that you need to bring about. Between a stimulus and your response, there is a gap. Use that gap to ask, am I deciding based on the personal preference or am I deciding based on the equal good of the organization? Third is relinquish I actor, which is, in other words, is ego. So Bhagavad Gita teaches that the leader is not the sole cause of success. You are a channel. When you share the quality of the divine, you share the credit, you share the wisdom, you share the burden as well. Verse 19 concludes by saying that those who master this equality are established in the eternal. For a leader, this is the ultimate competitive advantage. It is the transcendental situation, a state of high performance peace. You aren't just managing a company, you are mastering yourself. When you lead with impartiality, you don't just build a better business, you build a legacy of wisdom. You become a leader that people don't just follow because of a paycheck, but because your very presence brings clarity to their chaos. The challenge for you today is therefore is simple. Find one situation where you are biased and bring the light of equality to it. Conquer your inner world, and you will inevitably conquer your professional one as well. So, friends, thank you for your presence and your leadership, and thanks for joining live with me. We have come to the end, but before I end, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.